Welcome to Crime for Sleep. Before we begin, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The late afternoon light filtered through the half-drawn blinds, casting long shadows across the hardwood floors of 317 Sycamore Lane. Dust particles danced in the golden beams, suspended in time like the mystery that had begun to unfold in this seemingly ordinary suburban home. When Michael and Rebecca Harlow purchased the 1930s Craftsman last month, the closing documents bore only their signatures, their names the only ones listed as the property's rightful owners. The realtor had assured them the house had been vacant for nearly 8 months, a foreclosure that had finally cleared the necessary legal channels. Yet here it was, a porcelain mug on the granite countertop, wisps of steam still curling from the dark liquid inside. The coffee hadn't been there 20 minutes ago when Rebecca had gone upstairs to unpack bedroom boxes. The liquid was still warm to the touch, the rim of the cup unmarked by lipstick or other signs of use, just fresh black coffee appearing as if conjured from the ether of the empty house. "Michael," Rebecca called, her voice echoing slightly in the half-furnished kitchen. "Did you make coffee?" But Michael was in the backyard, measuring for a deck he planned to build come spring. She could see him through the window, yellow measuring tape extended across the patchy winter grass, his breath visible in the December air. Detective Elias Morgan's pen moved methodically across his notepad as he recorded these details 3 days later. His voice maintained a steady, almost hypnotic cadence as he interviewed the Harlows in their living room. The house felt different now, the excitement of new ownership replaced by an undercurrent of unease that seemed to pulse from the very walls. "And you found the keys in the basement?" Morgan asked, his weathered fingers tracing the edge of a small evidence bag containing a tarnished key ring. 5 keys in total, 2 for exterior doors, 1 for what appeared to be a padlock, and 2 smaller ones of unknown purpose. "Yes," Michael nodded, his hand unconsciously reaching for his wife's. "We were inspecting the foundation. There's a small crack we wanted to monitor when Rebecca noticed a loose brick in the wall. The keys were behind it, wrapped in a piece of faded red cloth." Morgan's partner, Detective Laurel Chen, moved silently through the house, her trained eyes scanning for inconsistencies or signs of entry. The locks showed no evidence of tampering. The security system, basic but functional, had recorded no breaches. The windows remained sealed against the winter chill, their latches undisturbed. "The strangest part," Rebecca continued, her voice dropping to just above a whisper, "wasn't just finding the coffee. It was what we discovered afterward." She paused, a slight tremor visible in her hands despite her composed demeanor. The house's previous owner, according to county records, was a woman named Alina Blackwood. She'd lived here for nearly 40 years before the bank foreclosed after her death, but when we searched her name online, her voice trailed off. Detective Morgan waited patiently, allowing the silence to expand naturally in the room. Outside, a car passed by, its headlights momentarily illuminating the living room walls before continuing down Sycamore Lane. "When we searched her name," Michael continued for his wife, "we found her obituary, but it listed her as having died 3 weeks ago in a hospice facility across town. After we'd already closed on the house, after the bank had already foreclosed." He leaned forward slightly. "How does a bank foreclose on a house when the owner is still alive?" The investigation unfolded with deliberate precision over the following weeks. County records revealed a labyrinth of paperwork discrepancies. Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house for decades, living alone after her husband's death in 1992. but a second name appeared intermittently on tax documents dating back to 2010. Gabriel Blackwood, listed sometimes as her son, sometimes as co-owner. No birth records existed for any children of Alina and her late husband. Detective Chen discovered that utility bills for the property had been paid regularly throughout the supposedly vacant 8 months, not by the bank, not by the Harlows, and not by any property management company. Small amounts of electricity, minimal water usage, heat set just high enough to prevent pipes from freezing. The nursing home where Alina had spent her final months revealed another layer to the mystery. Visitors' logs showed regular weekly visits from someone signing in as G. Blackwood, who staff described as a quiet, middle-aged man with a slight limp who always brought his mother fresh flowers, specifically blue hydrangeas, which she had grown in her garden for years. "He seemed devoted," said Marian Patel, the facility's head nurse, her voice soft as she spoke to the detectives in the fluorescent-lit break room. Alina would light up when he arrived, always on Sundays at exactly 2 p.m., never missed a visit, not once. The key that appeared to fit a padlock eventually led investigators to a small storage unit 10 miles from the house. Inside, they found carefully preserved photo albums, family heirlooms, and a journal kept by Alina. The entries, spanning decades, painted a picture of a woman who had harbored a secret that had followed her from youth to old age. Gabriel, it seemed, was not her son by birth, but by choice, a troubled young man she had taken in during the 1980s when he was just 16, homeless and abandoned. The legal adoption had never been formalized, but in her heart and home, he had become her child. The journal entries spoke of her fear that the bank would not honor his right to inherit the house upon her death due to the lack of official documentation. The final entry, dated just 1 month before the Harlows purchased the property, read simply, "I've shown Gabriel the hidden spaces. He knows where to go when they come. This house will always protect him as I have." The Harlows continued to live in the house, though the feeling of being watched never fully dissipated. Occasionally, items would be slightly moved, a book resting at a different angle on the shelf, a window blind adjusted to let in more light. Twice more they found fresh coffee cups left on different surfaces throughout the house. Police patrols increased in the neighborhood, but no intruder was ever caught. 6 months after moving in, Michael ventured into the attic to install additional insulation before the summer heat arrived. Behind a false wall, hidden by decades-old trunks and covered in dust save for a clear path through the center, he discovered a small living space. A cot with neatly folded blankets, a battery-powered reading lamp, a stack of books, their spines cracked from frequent reading, and a framed photograph of Alina Blackwood smiling in her garden of blue hydrangeas, her arm around a tall, thin man whose face remained partially in shadow. The house had indeed been vacant when they purchased it, at least on paper. But in the spaces between walls, in the quiet corners that don't appear on property deeds or inspection reports, someone else still considered it home. Someone who had been there all along, watching and waiting as strangers moved through rooms that still held the echoes of his past. To this day, no charges have ever been filed. Gabriel Blackwood, if that is indeed his name, has never been located. The coffee cups eventually stopped appearing, though the Harlows sometimes report hearing footsteps in the attic late at night. They've chosen to leave the hidden room undisturbed, a silent acknowledgement of the house's divided ownership. Some mysteries, it seems, are not meant to be solved, but simply lived with like unwelcome guests who never quite depart, lingering in the shadowed corners of a life you thought was solely your own. Story 2. The service was small, family only. Everyone knew he had died in a car accident, but as the priest spoke, a woman in the back row gasped. A man had just walked in, soaking wet, staring at the casket. He looked exactly like the deceased. Rain tapped gently against the stained glass windows of St. Mary's Chapel, creating a soft, rhythmic backdrop to the somber gathering. The scent of lilies hung in the air, mingling with the earthy smell of damp wool coats and the faint trace of furniture polish from the worn wooden pews. 23 mourners had come to say goodbye to Michael Donovan, a quiet accountant from the small town of Millfield, whose Toyota had been found submerged in Morrison Lake 3 days prior. Detective Sarah Reeves stood at the back of the chapel, her presence requested by Captain Barnes after the peculiarities surrounding the recovery of Donovan's vehicle. She wasn't in uniform, just a dark blazer and slacks, observing with the professional detachment that 15 years on the force had instilled in her. The medical examiner had confirmed the identity of the body. Dental records matched. The case file sat half completed on her desk back at the station. A tragic accident on a rainy night, the kind that small towns record once or twice a year. The priest's voice echoed softly through the chapel, his words about life's fragility floating up toward the arched ceiling. Michael was taken from us too soon, a reminder that we never know when our time might come. The chapel door opened with a barely audible creak. A cool draft swept in, carrying the fresh scent of rain. Sarah's attention shifted automatically toward the entrance, a habit from years of watching rooms. A man stood in the doorway, soaked through, water dripping from his dark hair onto the collar of his black coat. His gaze was fixed on the cherrywood casket at the front of the chapel, his face pale and expressionless. A woman in the back row, Michael's sister Emma, Sarah recalled from the case notes, turned at the sound of the door. The small prayer book she'd been holding slipped from her fingers, landing on the wooden floor with a soft thud that seemed to echo in the sudden silence. The priest's words faltered and died away. The man in the doorway bore an uncanny resemblance to the photographs of Michael Donovan that had been clipped to the case file. The same slightly asymmetrical features, the same prominent brow and receding hairline. Not a passing resemblance, but the kind of mirror image that made the hair on Sarah's arms stand up beneath her blazer. That's Michael," Emma Donovan whispered, her voice barely audible but carrying in the silence of the chapel. But how? The congregation turned in unison, faces displaying a cascade of emotions: confusion, shock, disbelief. An elderly woman in the front row, Michael's mother, remained facing forward, her shoulders suddenly rigid. Sarah moved quietly toward the entrance, her mind cataloging details with professional precision. The man's clothes were expensive but rumpled. His shoes were caked with mud. There was a small cut above his right eyebrow that hadn't been properly cleaned. His eyes carried the hollow look of someone who hadn't slept in days. "Sir," Sarah said quietly, approaching him with the measured calm she used for witnesses in shock. "I'm Detective Reeves. May I ask who you are?" The man's gaze didn't shift from the casket. "That's me," he said, his voice hoarse. "That's supposed to be me in there." A murmur rippled through the small congregation. The priest stood frozen beside the casket, prayer book still open in his hands. Emma Donovan had risen to her feet, her face drained of color. "Your name, sir," Sarah pressed gently. "Michael Donovan," he said, finally looking at her. His eyes were the same unusual shade of hazel that had been noted in the autopsy report. "I live at 1421 Maple Street. I work at Collins and Baxter Accounting." And 3 days ago, someone stole my car, my wallet, and apparently my life. Michael's mother turned slowly in her seat, her weathered hands gripping the pew in front of her. Her eyes widened as she stared at the man in the doorway. "Two of them," she whispered. "There are two of them now." Sarah felt the familiar tightening in her chest that came when a seemingly straightforward case suddenly unraveled. She took out her small notepad, a habit that helped her maintain focus when cases took unexpected turns. "Perhaps we should continue this conversation outside," she suggested quietly to the man claiming to be Michael Donovan. He nodded, his eyes traveling over the faces of his family members, lingering on his mother's shocked expression. "They told me I was dead," he said. "I saw it in the newspaper. I've been trying to get back to town for 3 days." In the small antechamber of the chapel, with the sounds of confused conversation filtering through the closed door, the man explained in a monotone voice that he had been on a fishing trip at his cabin by Morrison Lake. No phone service, no internet. He'd walked to his car on Monday morning to find it gone. His cabin had been broken into, his wallet and phone missing. The 12-mile hike to the nearest town had taken him a full day in the rain. "When I finally got to Henderson's general store, Mrs. Henderson looked at me like she'd seen a ghost," he continued, water still dripping from his coat onto the carpet. "She showed me the Millfield Gazette, my own obituary, car accident, body identified." Sarah took notes, her mind already racing through possibilities. Misidentification was rare but not unheard of, but dental records were another matter entirely. "Mr. Donovan, is there any chance you have a twin brother?" she asked, though nothing in his file had indicated a sibling so identical. "No," he said firmly. "Only child, just me and my mother since Dad died." "Then who is in that casket?" Sarah asked, more to herself than to him. Before he could answer, the inner door opened. Emma Donovan stood there, her face ashen. "Mom wants to see him," she said, her voice trembling. She says she can tell which one is real." The congregation had moved to the sides of the chapel, clustering in shocked, whispering groups. The casket remained at the front, closed now. Michael's mother sat alone in the front pew, her back straight, her hands folded in her lap. As Sarah walked beside the man claiming to be Michael Donovan, she noticed details she'd missed in the dimness of the entrance. A small scar on his right hand, identical to one mentioned in the autopsy report. The slight limp favoring his left side, noted in his medical history. Michael's mother looked up as they approached, her lined face unreadable. She studied the man standing before her, her eyes moving methodically over his features. Then she did something unexpected. She reached into her handbag and removed a small tin of mints, opening it with fingers that trembled only slightly. "You always take 2, she said, holding the tin toward him. "Never 1, never 3. The man reached forward without hesitation and took precisely 2 mints, placing them in his mouth with a mechanical familiarity. The gesture seemed to satisfy something in the elderly woman's expression. "This is my son," she said firmly, looking at Detective Reeves. "I don't know who that is," she added, gesturing toward the casket, "but he is not my Michael." The exhumation order came 3 days later. The DNA results a week after that. The body in the casket wasn't Michael Donovan. It wasn't anyone the Millfield Police Department could identify through their databases. The man had gone to extraordinary lengths to become Michael Donovan. Dental implants modified to match Michael's records, plastic surgery to mirror his features, months of studying his habits and mannerisms. What they never discovered was why he had chosen Michael, an unremarkable accountant with modest savings and no enemies, for such an elaborate identity theft, only to stage his own death in Michael's car. The real Michael Donovan moved away from Millfield 6 months later, unsettled by the knowledge that someone had studied him closely enough to become him, had died wearing his face. Sometimes, on quiet nights, he would stand before his bathroom mirror, studying his reflection, wondering if the man in the casket had looked back at him from mirrors just like this one, practicing until his expressions matched Michael's exactly. Detective Reeves kept the case file open, adding notes periodically, following tenuous connections that never quite solidified. The man who died as Michael Donovan remained nameless, his true identity as submerged as the car they'd pulled from Morrison Lake. And on rainy nights, Sarah sometimes found herself wondering which was the more perfect crime: stealing a man's identity, or disappearing so completely that not even death revealed who you really were. Story 3. The Desert Palms Motel stood like a weathered sentinel on the edge of Highway 33, its neon sign flickering against the darkening Arizona sky. Room 217 had seen countless travelers over its 40-year salesmen with sample cases, couples seeking anonymity, families stretching tight vacation budgets. Detective Sarah Nichols moved slowly across its faded carpet, notebook in hand, the air conditioning unit humming a monotonous melody against the evening heat. The room itself was unremarkable: a queen bed with a floral comforter, a television bolted to the wall, a small round table with 2 metal chairs. Standard, nothing special, nothing strange, until housekeeping supervisor Estella Reyes had opened the closet that morning and found what had been hiding inside room 217 for the past 3 years. "I thought it was just old luggage, left behind." Estella's voice was soft, her fingers twisting the edge of her uniform as she spoke. But then, when I was checking the closet, it moved just a little, like something inside shifted its weight. Sarah examined the trunk on the bed where 2 officers had placed it after cutting through the heavy chain that had secured it. It was metal, industrial grade, roughly 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, the type of container made to withstand time and elements. Its surface was cool to the touch, its dark green paint scratched in places, revealing the silver metal underneath. "And nobody checked this closet for 3 years?" Sarah asked, her pen hovering above her notebook. Motel manager Frank Delgado shook his head slowly. "Room 217 has been marked as maintenance required in our system since 2021. Water damage in the bathroom. We've been short-staffed, and honestly, it just kept getting pushed down the priority list." Sarah nodded, writing without looking at her pad, her eyes never leaving the trunk. "And our guest who left this behind, what do we know?" Frank pulled out his phone, scrolling through what appeared to be an old reservation system. Paid cash, 3 nights, name given was John Smith. He looked up, a faint embarrassment crossing his weathered face. "Yeah, I know, but cash customers, we don't always." "I understand," Sarah said, her voice measured, calm. She'd been with homicide long enough to know that desert motels operated under their own unwritten rules. Security footage. From 3 years ago, recycled many times over. The room fell silent save for the steady hum of the air conditioner. Outside, the highway traffic created a distant murmur, punctuated occasionally by the rumble of a passing truck. Sarah circled the trunk slowly, studying its surface, the heavy-duty padlock that had secured the chain, now cut and lying on the bedspread. Detective Marcus Rivera entered the room carrying a small tool kit. The department's forensic team would arrive soon, but preliminary examination couldn't wait. Marcus nodded to Sarah, his face revealing nothing as he set the kit down and pulled on latex gloves. "Ready?" he asked. Sarah positioned herself on the other side of the trunk. Ready. The latch was stiff, resistant after years of disuse. When it finally gave way, the metallic sound seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet room. Sarah and Marcus exchanged a glance before carefully lifting the lid. The smell came first, not the overwhelming stench they had feared, but something more subtle. The chemical sweetness of decomposition long since past, mixed with the mustiness of enclosed space and the sharp tang of something industrial, preservative perhaps. Inside lay a carefully arranged collection of items. A driver's license belonging to Patricia Keller, age 35, reported missing from Denver in 2021. A silver charm bracelet, a folded hotel receipt from Las Vegas, a flash drive sealed in a plastic bag, and beneath them all, wrapped meticulously in plastic sheeting, a woman's white blouse stained with what appeared to be dried blood. "No body," Marcus observed quietly. "No," Sarah agreed, her voice equally low. "Just pieces of her life." As they cataloged each item, the flash drive caught Sarah's particular attention. Back at the station, in the controlled environment of the forensic lab, they would discover its contents 17 carefully organized folders, each containing photographs, documents, and video files documenting the disappearances of 17 women across 5 southwestern states, all unsolved, all connected through consistent methodology. Women who traveled alone, last seen at roadside motels. Patricia Keller was folder number 12. Over the following weeks, the investigation would expand, connecting Detective Nichols with homicide departments across state lines. The evidence from the trunk revealed not just a killer's trophies, but his meticulous record-keeping, his pride in his work, his collection of lives interrupted. The man who called himself John Smith had preserved these artifacts not just as souvenirs, but as an archive. Each folder on the drive included newspaper clippings about the investigations, police bulletins, and in some cases, obituaries for the women who were eventually found. Some folders remained incomplete, their stories still unfinished in the killer's narrative. 6 months later, Highway Patrol would pull over Leonard Gaines outside of Flagstaff for a broken tail light. The routine stop would lead to the discovery of a recently used shovel in his trunk, mud still clinging to its blade. A search of his modest home would reveal a workshop where metal trunks identical to the one found in room 217 were stored, waiting to be filled and placed. Waiting to tell their stories. But on that evening at the Desert Palms Motel, as the sun set behind distant mountains and cast long shadows across the parking lot, Sarah Nichols stood in the doorway of room 217, looking back at the empty closet. She couldn't shake the feeling that the trunk had been left there deliberately, not abandoned in haste, but placed with intention. Like a message in a bottle, set adrift not on ocean currents, but in the sea of anonymous highway travel, waiting for the right person to find it. Waiting, perhaps, to be found. Story 4, the nursery was quiet, the baby asleep, but when the mother glanced at the monitor, her breath caught. The camera feed wasn't showing the crib. It showed a different room, dark, unfamiliar. A figure sat in a chair, facing the screen. Then slowly, it turned to look at the camera. Sarah Jenkins' fingers trembled as she adjusted the dial on the baby monitor, attempting to restore the proper connection. The static hissed softly through the speaker like gentle rain on a tin roof. Outside, the October wind brushed against the windows of her suburban home in Millfield, Connecticut. The trees cast long, wavering shadows across the freshly mowed lawn as twilight settled over the neighborhood. Her 6-month-old daughter Emma slept peacefully in the nursery upstairs. Sarah had just put her down for the night, tucking the soft cotton blanket around her tiny form, brushing her lips against the baby's forehead before quietly closing the door. A ritual performed hundreds of times before, unremarkable in its ordinariness. Until tonight. The monitor on the kitchen counter had always been reliable, a top-of-the-line model with crystal-clear video and sound. Sarah and her husband Michael had researched extensively before purchasing it, reading every review, comparing every feature. Safety was paramount. The device had worked flawlessly for months, showing nothing but their daughter's nursery with its pale yellow walls, the white crib, and the mobile of tiny fabric stars spinning slowly above. But now the screen displayed something entirely different, a room Sarah had never seen before. Detective Alina Reeves set her coffee mug down on the edge of her desk, the ceramic making a soft clink against the wood. The file labeled Jenkins case lay open before her, the edges of the papers slightly curled from being handled repeatedly over the past 3 weeks. The precinct was quiet at this hour, just past midnight. Most of her colleagues had gone home, leaving only the muted sounds of distant keyboard clicks and the occasional ring of a telephone. Alina had been with the Millfield Police Department for 15 years, working her way up from patrol to detective through a combination of intuition and dogged persistence. The Jenkins case, however, was testing the limits of her experience. There was something about it that gnawed at her, something that didn't quite fit. Sarah Jenkins had reported the incident with the baby monitor immediately. Officers responded within 12 minutes, finding the house secure, the baby safe. No signs of forced entry. The monitor, when examined, showed only what it should: the nursery, the crib, the sleeping child. Technical experts later found no evidence of hacking or signal interference. Yet Sarah's description remained consistent through multiple interviews. A dark room she didn't recognize, a figure sitting in a chair, the figure turning to look directly at the camera as if aware it was being observed. And then, most disturbing of all, what she claimed the figure said before the screen returned to normal. "Well, she looks just like you did." Michael Jenkins had been away on business that night, his presence verified by hotel security footage and credit card transactions in Boston, nearly 2 hours away. The couple had no known enemies, no recent threats. Their home security system showed no breaches. The baby monitor's manufacturer insisted that cross-signal incidents were technically impossible with their encrypted technology. Alina sighed, running her finger along a line in the report. Something wasn't adding up. 3 days after the incident, the Jenkinses had received a package. No return address postmarked from within Millfield itself. Inside was a small, handmade fabric star, identical to those on Emma's mobile. Attached was a yellowed Polaroid photograph of a baby in a crib. Written on the back in faded blue ink, Sarah, 1988. Sarah Jenkins had no explanation for how a stranger could have obtained a photograph from her childhood. Her parents had died in a car accident when she was 19, their home and belongings long since cleared out and sold. She had few mementos from her early years, and certainly no memory of the crib in the photograph, which didn't match any family photos in her possession. The fabric star had been analyzed for fingerprints, DNA, traces of harmful substances. Nothing unusual was found, except that the material appeared to be much older than the mobile currently hanging in Emma's nursery. The thread showed signs of age and wear inconsistent with a recently manufactured item. Alina flipped through her notes until she found what she was looking for. Sarah Jenkins, N.E. Williams, had been adopted as an infant. Her adoptive parents, the Williamses, had told her this when she was 12, but they had few details about her biological parents. The adoption had been private, arranged through a now-defunct agency called New Beginnings Family Services, which had operated in Millfield from 1985 to 2001. The detective tapped her pen against the desk, following an instinct that had served her well throughout her career. The next morning, she drove to the county records office, requesting information on all properties owned by New Beginnings Family Services during its period of operation. There had been 3, the main office downtown, now a dental practice, a small administrative building on the outskirts demolished in 2008, and a residential property on Oakwood Drive, a quiet street of older homes set back from the road. This last property had been sold when the agency closed, passing through several owners before standing vacant for the past 5 years. The house on Oakwood Drive was surrounded by overgrown hedges, its paint peeling, windows boarded up. Alina obtained a warrant based on the connection to the Jenkins case, and with 2 officers accompanying her, entered the property the following day. The interior smelled of dust and abandonment. Sheets covered furniture left behind by previous owners. Nothing seemed immediately relevant to the investigation until they reached a small room at the back of the house. It had once been a nursery, with faded circus animals still visible on the peeling wallpaper. In the center of the room stood a wooden chair facing the doorway. Above where a crib would have been positioned, Alina found small hooks in the ceiling, the type that might once have held a mobile. The property records revealed something Alina had missed initially. Before becoming part of New Beginnings Family Services, the house had belonged to a couple named James and Margaret Kellerman. They had lost their infant daughter to SIDS in 1987, and shortly afterward, Margaret had begun working for the adoption agency. Further investigation uncovered that Margaret Kellerman had been directly involved in arranging Sarah Williams' adoption the following year. She had died in 2010, her husband 3 years earlier. They had no other children. Back at the precinct, Alina requested a DNA comparison between Sarah Jenkins and the Kellerman's genetic profiles available through medical records. The results took 2 weeks to process. Sarah Jenkins was not the biological daughter of the Kellermans, but the markers showed something unexpected. She was a close relative, most likely a niece. Margaret Kellerman had had a younger sister, Elizabeth, who disappeared in 1988 after suffering from severe postpartum depression. Her child had been placed for adoption. That child was Sarah. The room on the baby monitor, Alina realized, had been the nursery at the Oakwood Drive house. The figure in the chair, while impossible to verify with certainty, had somehow shown Margaret Kellerman, a woman who had never stopped grieving for her own child, and who had arranged to keep her sister's baby close enough to watch over, even if only from a distance. How the image had appeared on the monitor remained unexplained. Electronic specialists suggested power surges, signal anomalies, even the remote possibility of someone with specialized knowledge manipulating the device from nearby. None of these explanations seemed entirely satisfactory. The case was officially closed with the determination that no crime had been committed, though questions lingered. Sarah Jenkins installed a new baby monitor, one without video capabilities. The fabric star was returned to her, and she placed it in a box of keepsakes for Emma's future. Sometimes in the quiet hours of the night, Sarah would stand in the doorway of the nursery, watching her daughter sleep. And sometimes, just at the edge of awareness, she would feel as though someone was standing beside her, watching too. Story 5. The soft glow of the afternoon sun filtered through the dusty windows of the basement apartment on Maple Street. It cast long, curious shadows across the worn hardwood floors that should have remained untouched, undisturbed. The building's superintendent, Mr. Holloway, stood in the doorway, his weathered face a map of concern as he surveyed the scene before him. His flashlight beam caught the faint impressions of footprints in the dust, footprints that shouldn't have been there in an apartment that was supposed to be empty. "I told her," he whispered to Detective Sarah Morgan, who stood silently beside him. "I told Ms. Carter no one rents the basement unit." The detective's pen moved methodically across her notepad, the gentle scratching echoing in the stillness of the room. She'd been with the department for 15 years, and something about this case struck a familiar chord, a melody of disquiet she'd heard before. "When did Miss Carter move in?" Detective Morgan asked, her voice deliberately measured. "About 2 months ago," Mr. Holloway replied, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. The floorboards creaked beneath him, a sound that seemed to travel through the empty rooms like a distant warning. She was persistent, said she liked the quiet, the privacy. Morgan nodded, her eyes scanning the living room. A half-empty cup of tea sat on the coffee table, a thin film formed on its surface. Beside it, a folded newspaper from 3 days ago. The kitchen beyond revealed more, unwashed dishes in the sink, a refrigerator humming steadily, and most curiously a plate on the counter with what appeared to be the remains of breakfast. Eggs, now dried and crusted, toast, untouched. "And you haven't seen Ms. Carter since?" "Tuesday morning, she was collecting her mail, seemed distracted." Mr. Holloway's fingers drummed nervously against the doorframe. "That's when she mentioned it to me." "Mentioned what?" Morgan prompted, her pen pausing above the paper. "That things were moving at night, chairs not where she left them, doors open that she swore she'd closed." He hesitated, his voice dropping lower. "I thought she was imagining things. This building settles at night, makes all kinds of noises." Detective Morgan moved deeper into the apartment, her footsteps careful and deliberate. The bedroom door stood slightly ajar, and she pushed it open with a gloved hand. The bed was made with military precision. On the nightstand sat a small digital alarm clock, a glass of water, and a journal bound in worn leather. She picked up the journal, feeling its weight in her hands. The last entry was dated Wednesday. "I heard it again last night, footsteps in the hallway. I told myself it was just the building settling, like Mr. Holloway said. But buildings don't open refrigerator doors at 3 a.m. They don't leave dirty fingerprints on my bathroom mirror. Someone has been in here while I sleep. I set a trap tonight, a plate of food on the counter. If it's gone by morning, I'll know for certain I'm not alone." Morgan closed the journal slowly, a chill coursing through her that had nothing to do with the basement's natural coolness. She returned to the kitchen, her gaze drawn once more to the plate on the counter, not empty but used, as if someone had eaten from it. "Has anyone else had access to this apartment? Maintenance staff, other tenants?" she asked, turning back to the superintendent. Mr. Holloway shook his head. Just me and Ms. Carter had keys, and like I said, no one rents the basement, not since. Since when, Mr. Holloway? His eyes darted to the floor, then to the wall, anywhere but meeting the detective's steady gaze. Since the incident 5 years ago, the previous tenant, he disappeared, left everything behind just like this. In the silence that followed, the radiator clanked to life, startling both of them. The sound of hot water rushing through old pipes filled the apartment, a rushing whisper that seemed to say, "Secrets, secrets." As Detective Morgan continued her methodical search of the apartment, Officer Jenkins arrived with his equipment. Together, they discovered something peculiar, a slight discoloration on the living room wall, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. When Jenkins shone his specialized light on it, the outline of a door appeared, a door that had been plastered over, painted to match the rest of the wall. "This isn't on the building plans," Morgan murmured, running her fingers along the hidden seam. Hours later, after careful work with minimal tools to preserve evidence, they managed to open the concealed door. It revealed a narrow passage that led deeper beneath the building, into darkness that their flashlights could barely penetrate. The air that rushed out was stale, carrying the faint scent of dampness and something else, something living. Detective Morgan instructed Officer Jenkins to call for backup before they proceeded further. As they waited, she reviewed what they knew: a tenant reporting strange occurrences, then vanishing, food left out as if for someone else, a hidden passage, and a building superintendent who had warned against renting the basement apartment. The backup arrived within 20 minutes. With proper equipment and additional officers, they ventured into the passage. It wound downward beneath the foundation of the building, eventually opening into a small room that appeared to have been lived in recently. A makeshift bed, discarded food wrappers, and photographs, dozens of them, of Ms. Carter going about her daily routine, unaware she was being watched. But of Ms. Carter herself, there was no sign. In the days that followed, the investigation revealed a disturbing truth. The building's original blueprints showed an extensive network of maintenance tunnels connecting to the basement apartment, tunnels that had supposedly been sealed off decades ago. Yet someone had been using them, moving between the walls of the building unseen, emerging only when the occupants were away or asleep. They found similar hidden passages in 3 other apartments. And from those apartments, over the past 5 years, 3 other tenants had mysteriously disappeared, their cases left open, unsolved. The building's owner, when questioned, denied any knowledge of the tunnels. A background check revealed he had purchased the property for a suspiciously low price 6 years ago. Further investigation into his finances showed irregular cash deposits, small amounts but frequent. As for Mr. Holloway, the superintendent who had warned Ms. Carter not to rent the basement apartment, he was found in his own unit, packing hurriedly. When confronted by police, he broke down, admitting his knowledge of the disappearances but claiming he was only an accessory after the fact. He had been instructed to discourage rentals of the basement unit, but Ms. Carter had been insistent, offering more than the asking price. "I tried to warn her," he repeated, as officers led him away in handcuffs. "I told her no one rents the basement unit." Ms. Carter's whereabouts remained unknown. The search of the tunnel network continued, expanding to the city's drainage system that ran beneath the streets. Detective Morgan spent long hours reviewing the evidence, piecing together a pattern that stretched back further than anyone had initially suspected. But even as the case grew cold, one question continued to haunt her. If Mr. Holloway and the building owner were now in custody, who had left that plate of fresh food on Miss Carter's counter the morning she disappeared? And who or what had been eating from it? Story 6. The envelope sat on Elaine Moore's kitchen counter, its edges softened by time, the white paper yellowed with age. Postmarked 5 years earlier, the letter had arrived that morning, addressed to someone named Catherine Winters, a woman Elaine had never met, the previous tenant of the small Victorian house on Oakwood Drive. The mail carrier had simply slipped it through the slot, perhaps not noticing the date stamped in faded ink across the corner. Elaine traced her finger along the sealed edge, hesitating. There was something intimate about opening someone else's mail, even if that person was long gone. The house had been Elaine's for nearly 2 years now. The real estate agent had mentioned that the previous owner had moved rather suddenly, leaving no forwarding address. Strange, but not unheard of. A steady rain tapped against the kitchen window, creating a gentle rhythm that seemed to encourage her curiosity. With a slight shrug, she slid her finger beneath the flap and tore it open. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded in thirds. The message, typed in a plain font, contained just 4 words: "Don't trust him, M." Elaine turned the paper over, searching for more, but found nothing. No context, no explanation, just those 3 words and an initial. She set it aside, dismissing it as some old drama from the previous tenant's life, a warning about an ex-boyfriend perhaps, or maybe office politics that no longer mattered. That evening, as Elaine prepared for bed, her thoughts kept returning to the mysterious letter. Who was him, and who was M? Questions with no answers drifted through her mind as she fell asleep to the persistent patter of rain against her bedroom window. The following morning dawned gray and misty. Elaine's routine proceeded as usual, coffee brewing, toast in the toaster, NPR playing softly in the background. When she opened her front door to retrieve the newspaper, her gaze fell upon the mail slot. A white envelope lay on the hardwood floor of the entryway. She picked it up and a cold sensation spread across her skin. The envelope was addressed to Catherine Winters, identical to yesterday's letter. Same handwriting, same faded blue ink, but this one wasn't old. The paper was crisp, the edges sharp. With trembling fingers, Elaine tore it open. Inside was the same message: "Don't trust him, M." The toast popped up with a mechanical click that made her jump. She stood frozen in her hallway, holding 2 identical messages, one yellowed with age, one fresh and new, both warning of the same unnamed threat. Detective Marcus Reynolds ran his weathered hands over the 2 envelopes laid side by side on Elaine's kitchen table. 23 years with the Oakwood Police Department had left him with perpetually tired eyes and a skepticism that bordered on cynicism. But something about this case made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. "And you're certain no one has access to your house? No housekeepers, no handymen?" His voice was low and measured, the kind that invited confidences. Elaine shook her head. "I live alone. I haven't even had anyone over for dinner in weeks." Reynolds nodded slowly, studying the letters once more. The postmark on the first one, it's authentic, 5 years old, but there's no postmark on the second one. "Which means someone delivered it by hand," Elaine said, completing his thought. "Exactly." The detective slipped both letters into evidence bags. "I'm going to try to locate this Catherine Winters. In the meantime, I'd like to have an officer drive by your house periodically." The search for Catherine Winters proved surprisingly difficult. Records showed she had lived in the house for only 8 months before suddenly terminating her lease and disappearing. Her previous address led to a dead end, and her social security number hadn't been used in 5 years. No tax returns, no credit applications, no employment records. It was as if Catherine Winters had simply vanished. 3 days passed without incident. Elaine began to relax, convincing herself that the second letter had been some elaborate prank. But on the fourth morning, she found another envelope on her doormat. This one was different, a cream-colored paper, heavier, more expensive. It was addressed not to Catherine Winters, but to Elaine Moore. Inside was a newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. The headline read, "Local woman missing, foul play suspected." The article, dated 5 years earlier, described the disappearance of 28-year-old Catherine Winters, last seen leaving her home on Oakwood Drive. Beneath the clipping, written in the same blue ink as the addresses on the previous envelopes, was a new message. "He still lives next door. M." Elaine's gaze drifted to her window toward the neighboring house. In the 18 months she'd lived there, she'd only spoken to her neighbor a handful of times, David something, a quiet man who kept to himself, who always smiled politely when they crossed paths, who sometimes watched her from his window when he thought she couldn't see. Detective Reynolds arrived within the hour. His expression remained professionally neutral as he examined the new evidence, but Elaine could see concern etching deeper lines around his eyes. "David Mercer," Reynolds said quietly, "your neighbor. He moved in 6 years ago, about a year before Catherine Winters." "Is he?" Elaine couldn't finish the question. "We interviewed him when Ms. Winters disappeared. He said they were just neighbors, barely knew each other. No evidence suggested otherwise." Reynolds paused, choosing his words carefully. But absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. That night Elaine couldn't sleep. Every creak of the old house, every whisper of wind through the trees outside her window seemed to carry a warning. Around 3 in the morning, she noticed a light come on in David Mercer's house. Through her bedroom window, she could see his silhouette moving behind drawn curtains. The next day, while Elaine was at work, police executed a search warrant on David Mercer's home. They found nothing immediately suspicious until an officer noticed that the basement floor appeared to have been recently repaired. Beneath a section of new concrete, they discovered a small metal box. Inside was a driver's license belonging to Catherine Winters, a strand of what DNA would later confirm was her hair, and a silver locket containing a photo of a woman who matched the description of the missing tenant. At the bottom of the box was a stack of letters addressed to Catherine but never sent, all signed with a single initial, M. It would take dental records to confirm that the remains found buried in the wooded area behind Oakwood Drive belonged to Catherine Winters. The case that had gone cold 5 years earlier suddenly burned hot again, with David Mercer as the prime suspect. But the mystery of the letters remained unsolved. If Mercer was him, the man not to be trusted, then who was M? The signature on the unsent letters matched the handwriting on the envelopes Elaine had received. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Catherine's sister, located through old employment records, revealed that Catherine had had an identical twin named Madeline. The sisters had been estranged for years following a bitter argument. Madeline had attempted to reconcile shortly before Catherine's disappearance, but her letters had gone unanswered. Police were never able to locate Madeline Winters. Whether she was alive or dead, watching from a distance or somehow reaching out from beyond, the source of the warnings remained as mysterious as their delivery. David Mercer was arrested and charged with Catherine Winter's murder. The case against him was largely circumstantial, built on the evidence found in his basement and the suspicious timing of his concrete repairs. Without a confession or eyewitness testimony, prosecutors worried it might not be enough. 3 weeks after Mercer's arrest, a final letter arrived at Elaine's house. The envelope was blank, but inside was a handwritten note. "Justice comes in many forms. Thank you for listening when she couldn't. M." That same evening, David Mercer was found dead in his cell, an apparent suicide. The note left beside him contained only 4 words: "She wouldn't trust me." Elaine Moore moved out of the house on Oakwood Drive the following month. The letters stopped coming. The case was officially closed. But on quiet nights, in those moments between wakefulness and sleep, Elaine sometimes wonders about the twins, Catherine and Madeline, about justice and vengeance, warnings that come too late and others that arrive just in time. And sometimes, when the mail arrives, she finds herself holding her breath as she sorts through the envelopes, half expecting to find one with that familiar blue handwriting, delivering a message from someone who shouldn't be able to send it. Story 7. The yellow glow of the street lamps cast long shadows across the rain-slicked pavement of downtown Millfield. It was the kind of autumn night when the air hung heavy with moisture, not quite raining but never completely dry. Detective Sarah Mercer stood silently at the edge of the police tape, her notepad already damp at the corners as she surveyed the abandoned taxi cab. "Third one this month," murmured Detective Phillips beside her, his voice a low rumble that barely disturbed the gentle patter of raindrops on their umbrellas. "Same as the others. Cab found empty, driver missing, passenger vanished." Sarah nodded slowly, her eyes tracing the contours of the vehicle. Unlike most abandoned cars, this one was immaculate, no signs of struggle, no personal belongings left behind, no evidence of what might have transpired. Just an empty yellow cab with its meter still running, parked perfectly parallel to the curb on a deserted street. The forensics team moved with deliberate care around the vehicle, their methodical work illuminated by portable floodlights that created islands of harsh brightness in the surrounding darkness. The soft click of camera shutters punctuated the silence at regular intervals, documenting every inch of the scene. "Her name was Alina Weiss," Phillips continued, flipping through his own notes. 28 years old, bartender at the Copper Room. Colleagues say she finished her shift at 1:15 a.m. and called a cab. Security footage shows her getting into this taxi at 1:27 a.m. That was 13 hours ago. Sarah stepped closer to the taxi, careful not to disturb anything. Through the window, she could see that the driver's seat was adjusted for someone tall. The rearview mirror was positioned at a precise angle. Everything about the scene suggested order, control, preparation. "What about the driver?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "That's where it gets interesting," Phillips replied, his tone revealing nothing. "The cab company has no record of any pickup at the Copper Room last night. This taxi," he gestured toward the vehicle, "doesn't belong to any company operating in Millfield. The license plate is registered to a car that was reported scrapped 3 years ago." The investigation unfolded like a slow-moving river over the following days. Sarah spent hours in the evidence room, surrounded by case files and photographs spread across a large table. The soft hum of the air conditioning and the occasional distant ring of a phone were the only sounds that penetrated the stillness. Alina Weiss had been a creature of habit. Every Friday night for the past 2 years, she had worked the late shift at the Copper Room. Every Friday night, she had taken a taxi home. Her apartment, located in a quiet neighborhood on the north side of town, showed no signs of disturbance. Her bed remained neatly made. Her phone charger lay coiled on her nightstand, waiting for a device that would never return. The security footage from the Copper Room revealed little. Alina had emerged from the bar, wrapped in a light jacket against the autumn chill. She had glanced at her phone, then raised her hand to hail an approaching taxi. The vehicle had slowed to a stop beside her, its headlights briefly illuminating her face before she opened the door and disappeared inside. The taxi had pulled away smoothly, turning right at the corner and passing out of the camera's view. What the footage didn't show was the driver. The angle of the camera, the reflection on the windshield, the poor lighting of the street all conspired to keep the taxi's operator a mystery. "We've got something," Detective Phillips announced on the fourth day, placing a folder on Sarah's desk with deliberate care. Traffic camera picked up the taxi 30 minutes after it left the Copper Room. It was heading west on Highway 16. Highway 16 led out of the city, winding through miles of dense forest before reaching the next town. Sarah studied the grainy image, noting the time stamp, 1:58 a.m. Alina should have been home by then. The investigation expanded outward like ripples on a still pond. Other detectives joined the search, combing through missing persons reports, interviewing potential witnesses, searching for any trace of Alina Weiss or the mysterious taxi driver. And then, almost by accident, they found a pattern. 6 cases in the last 2 years, Sarah explained to the assembled investigative team, her voice steady despite the tension building in her chest. All women, all alone at night, all last seen getting into taxis. The cases were filed in different jurisdictions, investigated by different departments. No one connected them until now. The room was silent as the implications settled over the gathered officers. 6 women, 6 disappearances, 6 taxis that seemed to vanish into the night. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A traffic officer had cited a yellow taxi for speeding on a rural road 50 miles north of Millfield, just 3 days before Alina's disappearance. The driver had presented a license that checked out in the system, paid the fine in cash, and continued on his way. But when Sarah ran a deeper check on the driver's information, she discovered that the identity belonged to a man who had died 5 years earlier. The pieces began to align with the slow inevitability of constellations emerging in the darkening sky. Records revealed a property in the name of the deceased man, purchased 4 years ago, nestled deep in the woods off Highway 16, far from any neighbors, far from any witnesses. The raid was conducted at dawn, when the soft golden light filtered through the trees and cast dappled shadows across the forest floor. The cabin stood in a small clearing, weathered wood blending seamlessly with its surroundings. A detached garage sat 20 yards away, its doors closed against prying eyes. Sarah moved with her team in silence, weapons drawn, approaching the property from all sides. The cabin door yielded to a firm push, swinging open to reveal a space that was Spartan but meticulously organized. A single chair faced a wall covered in maps marked with dots in various colors. A desk held a logbook filled with dates, times, and locations. And there, pinned carefully to a corkboard, were 6 driver's licenses belonging to 6 missing women. Alina's was the last in the row. The garage, when they finally breached it, contained a yellow taxi cab identical to the one found abandoned in Millfield. Its interior had been scrubbed clean, leaving behind the strong scent of bleach and the faintest trace of something metallic. But of the driver there was no sign. He had vanished as completely as his victims, leaving behind only the echo of his calculated crimes. To this day, the case of the taxi that never stopped remains partially unsolved. Alina Weiss and the 5 women before her were eventually found, laid to rest with terrible care in a cemetery of the killer's making, hidden beneath the silent sentinel trees that surrounded his cabin. But the man himself, the driver who offered rides that ended in oblivion, has never been captured. Sometimes on rainy nights in Millfield, people report seeing a yellow taxi cruising slowly down empty streets, its light on, waiting for someone to raise their hand and step inside. But by the time police arrive, there is nothing to be found except wet pavement and the lingering question of where he might strike next. And somewhere, perhaps, a meter is still running. Story 8, it was a last-minute business trip, so she took whatever car was available. As she adjusted the seat, she noticed the GPS already had a destination set. Curious, she tapped the screen. The address wasn't one she recognized, but when she searched it online, she felt her stomach drop. It was her own home. Amber Mitchell's day had begun like any other Tuesday in October. The autumn leaves had just started to turn, painting the streets of Portland in rich amber and russet hues. The air carried that distinct crispness that signaled the changing of seasons, when summer warmth gives way to fall's gentle chill. She hadn't planned on traveling that week, but corporate emergencies rarely respect carefully arranged schedules. The rental car agency had been busy at a convention in town, they'd explained apologetically. They could offer her a silver Nissan Altima, recently returned and quickly processed for the next customer. Amber had accepted without hesitation. Time was of the essence. The car's interior smelled faintly of artificial pine and something else, a lingering trace of cologne, perhaps. Not unpleasant, but distinctly not her own. As she adjusted the mirrors and seat position, her fingers brushed against the touchscreen embedded in the dashboard. The blue glow illuminated the dimness of the parking garage. A saved address. Most people cleared the navigation system before returning a rental. This one hadn't been reset. The destination sat there, patiently waiting to guide anyone to its location. A string of numbers and street name, meaningless at first glance. Detective Marcus Reynolds studied the rental records spread across his desk 3 weeks later. His office was quiet, the kind of stillness that comes in the early morning before the precinct fully awakens. A half-empty cup of coffee cooled beside him, forgotten as he traced his finger down the list of names and dates. The soft yellow light from his desk lamp cast long shadows across the paperwork. Amber Mitchell, he murmured to himself, rented on October 12th, reported missing October 15th. The detective leaned back in his chair, which responded with a soft creak. He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to visualize the timeline. 3 days between renting the car and disappearing. The vehicle had been found abandoned at a rest stop 50 miles north of the city, keys still in the ignition, her luggage untouched in the trunk. What caught his attention was a detail in the initial report, something about the car's navigation system. According to Mitchell's assistant, who had been the last person to speak with her, Amber had mentioned something strange during their final phone call. The GPS had been pre-programmed with her home address. Reynolds opened the thin file containing the printed screenshots from Amber's phone. Her last Google search timestamped minutes after that final call to her assistant, her own home address, followed by property records. The search history showed a pattern of increasingly concerned queries: previous renters, same car, how to track previous GPS destinations, and finally, how to report stalking. The detective's attention shifted to another document: the rental car company's records. The Nissan had been rented 6 times in the previous month. Reynolds carefully reviewed each name, cross-referencing them against criminal databases and known associates of Mitchell. Nothing immediately flagged his attention, but something about the pattern felt wrong. He pulled up the maintenance records. The car had been cleaned and inspected between each rental, following standard company protocol. Except once. Between the rental before Amber's and her own, there was no record of cleaning. A gap in the routine, a small administrative error that might mean nothing or everything. Outside his window, the sky gradually lightened from deep indigo to a pale gray. Reynolds sipped his cold coffee absently, grimacing at the bitterness. The precinct would be bustling soon, but these quiet moments often yielded the most clarity. He turned his attention to the GPS records the tech team had extracted from the car's system. The history showed multiple trips to Amber's neighborhood in the weeks before her rental drives that slowed near her house, circling the block before departing. None of these trips corresponded with her possession of the vehicle. Someone had been watching her, learning her routines. The GPS hadn't been programmed with her address by chance. It had been deliberately left that way. A message, perhaps, a way of saying, "I know where you live, and now you know that I know." The most disturbing aspect was the methodical nature of it all. This wasn't impulsive. The previous renter, a man named Thomas Carey, according to the records, had returned the car just hours before Amber picked it up, almost as if he knew she would be the next person to slide behind the wheel. Reynolds pulled Carey's file. No prior arrests, but 2 complaints filed against him for harassment, both eventually dropped. His driver's license photo showed an unremarkable man with light brown hair and glasses, the kind of face that blends into crowds, easily forgotten and rarely noticed. What the records didn't show, what Reynolds would discover only after weeks of careful investigation, was that Thomas Carey had worked in the same building as Amber 3 years earlier. She had filed a complaint with HR about uncomfortable interactions. He had been transferred to another department, then eventually left the company. Apparently, he hadn't left his fixation behind. The mystery of Amber Mitchell's disappearance would eventually be solved, but not before Reynolds uncovered 7 other cases spanning 3 states, all women who had rented cars shortly after Thomas Carey, all of whom reported strange occurrences afterward. 3 had gone missing, 2 were found, 2 remained unaccounted for. And it had all started with a destination saved in a rental car GPS, an address that should have been familiar, but instead became the beginning of a nightmare. A digital breadcrumb deliberately left behind, the first move in a carefully orchestrated game where only one player knew the rules. As for Amber Mitchell, when they finally found her, well, that's another story entirely. One that begins with a silver Nissan Altima and ends in a place no navigation system could ever guide you to. Story 9, he was washing his face, routine as always. When he glanced up at the mirror, he felt a chill. His reflection wasn't looking back at him. It was turned slightly to the side, as if watching something over his shoulder. The small bathroom in Dr. Calvin Mayer's lakeside cabin had always been unremarkable. Knotty pine walls, weathered fixtures that had seen better days, and that old medicine cabinet with a mirror that needed replacing. On that particular September evening, as golden hour faded into dusk, Calvin had been preparing for a quiet night alone after a long week of counseling sessions at his downtown practice. The local sheriff's department would later document how the 63-year-old psychologist had routinely visited his cabin every third weekend of the month. His neighbors, sparse as they were along the secluded shoreline, described him as polite but reserved, a man who kept to himself, a man with no apparent enemies. Detective Olivia Reeves ran her fingertips along the edge of the bathroom sink, feeling the smooth, cool porcelain beneath her skin. 3 days had passed since Dr. Mayer's disappearance. His car remained parked in the gravel driveway. His phone sat charging on the nightstand. A half-empty mug of chamomile tea had long gone cold on the kitchen counter. The detective inhaled deeply, noting the lingering scent of cedar and something else, something chemical she couldn't quite place. "You're saying he mentioned seeing something strange in the mirror?" Reeves asked, her voice soft but clear in the confined space. Across from her, Dr. Mayer's daughter, Claire, nodded slowly, a woman in her 30s with her father's same thoughtful eyes. "He called me that evening, said he was tired, that his mind was playing tricks on him." The gentle tapping of her fingernails against her phone case punctuated the silence between her words. Dad has always been rational to a fault. For him to mention something like that, it wasn't like him. The detective's notepad remained mostly blank as she listened. A methodical investigator, Reeves preferred to absorb information before committing it to paper. She moved into the main room of the cabin, where afternoon light filtered through dusty blinds, creating long, geometric shadows across the hardwood floor. "Did your father ever mention feeling watched, followed?" Reeves asked, studying the room's corners, the spaces between things. Claire shook her head. "No, but he had been working on something, a case study or research project. He wouldn't discuss the details, client confidentiality, but he seemed preoccupied by it." In the days that followed, Detective Reeves would learn that Dr. Mayer had indeed been working with a particularly complex patient, a man referred to only as Patient 7 in his carefully encrypted files. The notes, once decrypted by the department's digital forensics team, revealed patterns of dissociative behavior, mild paranoia, and what Mayer had termed mirror anxiety in the subject. The patient had repeatedly described seeing his reflection move independently, watching him. Dr. Mayer had diagnosed it as a manifestation of depersonalization disorder, possibly triggered by trauma, but the final session notes contained a curious addendum. "Upon further observation, I can no longer conclusively determine that Patient 7's experiences are purely psychological in nature. Further investigation is warranted." 1 week into the disappearance, while combing through Mayer's downtown office, Detective Reeves discovered a slim journal tucked behind the filing cabinet. Unlike his meticulous clinical notes, these pages contained hasty scribbles, observations made in the middle of the night. Mayer had begun experiencing similar phenomena to his patient reflections that seemed delayed by milliseconds, shadows that moved against the light, and most disturbing of all, the sensation of being watched through reflective surfaces. "He was afraid," Reeves murmured to herself in the empty office, the weight of the journal heavy in her hands. The detective found herself glancing away from the window, its darkened glass now reflecting the room back at her. Mayer's final entry, dated the day before his disappearance, contained just 5 words: "It's coming through, help me." The investigation stalled as winter descended on the lake. No body was found. No signs of struggle appeared in the cabin. No unusual financial activity suggested foul play. Dr. Calvin Mayer had simply vanished, leaving behind nothing but his troubled notes and a bathroom mirror that, when tested, showed no fingerprints despite the cabin's otherwise dusty surfaces. 6 months later, while reviewing cold cases, Detective Reeves received a call from Claire Mayer. Her voice trembled with a mixture of hope and dread. "Detective," she whispered, "I was going through Dad's things and I found his old phone. There's a video from that night." The footage, just 28 seconds long, showed Dr. Mayer standing before the bathroom mirror, face wet from washing. The phone's camera captured his profile and the mirror simultaneously. In the reflection, Mayer's face appeared to turn ever so slightly, looking not at the camera but toward something unseen. Mayer himself remained still, staring straight ahead, seemingly unaware of the discrepancy. Then in the final frames, as Mayer reached up to touch his face, his reflection's hand moved elsewhere toward the medicine cabinet. The video ended abruptly. The case of Dr. Calvin Mayer remains officially unsolved. Detective Reeves eventually transferred to another department, citing personal reasons. Before leaving, she removed all mirrors from her home, covering essential reflective surfaces with cloth. Claire Mayer sold her father's cabin, but reports persist of new residents experiencing unusual phenomena. Reflections that move independently, the sensation of being watched, and in the quiet hours of early morning, the distinct feeling that someone or something is trying to push through from the other side of the glass. In her final unofficial report, never filed but kept in her personal records, Detective Reeves wrote only this: "Some doors once opened cannot be closed. Some reflections show us not who we are, but what waits to become us." Story 10. The current was slow that morning, the water glassy and still. The fisherman almost didn't notice the suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first he thought someone had dumped old clothes, but as he waded closer, the stench hit him thick, cloying, unmistakable. The case was wrapped in chains, its edges rusted from exposure. When authorities pried it open, they didn't find clothes. They found hair, fingers curled into a frozen grasp, and at the bottom a note: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim scene. The victim was female, mid-30s, with dark hair and pale skin now mottled from water exposure. The medical examiner worked methodically, documenting every detail before the body was removed. What struck Mercer most wasn't the method of disposal, but the care taken with the victim's appearance: nails manicured, hair recently styled, wearing expensive clothing. "She wasn't killed here," Mercer noted, watching the water lap against the muddy shoreline. "She was prepared, displayed." The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent known for selling high-end properties. Divorced, no children, she lived alone in an upscale neighborhood. Her colleagues described her as ambitious, meticulous, and private. She had been reported missing by her assistant when she failed to appear at an important showing with wealthy clients. She would never miss that appointment, the assistant insisted during questioning. That sale would have been her biggest commission ever. Investigators combed through Walsh's modernist home. Everything was pristine, almost too perfect. Designer furniture arranged just so, not a speck of dust on any surface. The refrigerator contained perfectly organized meals in identical containers, labeled by day. Her closet revealed clothing arranged by color, shoes in protective bags. The anomaly was in her home office, a drawer slightly ajar. Inside, investigators found a leather-bound journal. The last entry read, "He's watching again, same car, different plates." Digital forensics revealed something curious in Walsh's email. Dozens of messages from unknown accounts all contained the same phrase, "I see your perfection," all sent at exactly the same time on different days. Her browser history showed repeated searches for home security systems and personal protection devices. Detective Mercer connected these findings with evidence from the crime scene: the careful arrangement of the body, the presentation. "Our killer is methodical," she told her partner. "This wasn't rage, this was ritual." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A local pawn shop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace missing from her personal effects. The man who'd pawned it was a regular Michael Linden, a quiet, unremarkable maintenance worker. Surveillance footage showed Linden entering Walsh's building multiple times over several months, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without. Always during times when she would be away showing properties. When detectives searched Linden's modest apartment, they found the walls covered with photos of Walsh and other women, all similar in appearance, all taken without their knowledge. Some were crossed out with red marker. Walsh was the third. Behind a false wall in his closet, investigators discovered a shrine. Items belonging to each victim laid out with precision: a brush with strands of hair, lipstick-stained tissues, receipts, keys. Each collection contained a small notebook detailing daily routines, preferences, habits. The interrogation room felt cold when Linden was brought in. With his neat appearance and soft-spoken manner, he seemed incapable of violence. Yet when confronted with evidence, his demeanor never changed. "They were imperfect," he finally said, voice flat. "They presented themselves as flawless, but I saw through it. Catherine's left desk drawer was always disorganized. She missed a spot when she applied her lipstick. Her perfection was a lie." The search for the first two victims mentioned in his note led investigators to remote areas where two more suitcases were recovered. Both contained women with similar appearances to Walsh, both real estate agents who marketed themselves as having perfectionist attention to detail. During his trial, Linden sat motionless, his expression blank as prosecutors detailed his methods. He had stalked each woman for months, learning their routines, entering their homes, studying their lives. When he finally took them, he corrected what he perceived as their flaws: washing and styling their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in their finest clothes before ending their lives. The families of the victims watched in silence as the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but questions lingered. What triggered Linden's obsession with these particular women? What perceived imperfection in himself was he trying to erase through these acts? The river continued its slow journey downstream, waters eventually clearing of all evidence. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk sat copies of those chilling notebooks, reminders that behind closed doors, in seemingly ordinary lives, darkness sometimes lurks beneath the surface. And sometimes the most dangerous predators are those hiding in plain sight, watching, waiting for a single flaw to reveal itself. Story 11. The envelope was old, its edges yellowed, but the stamp was fresh, mailed just days ago. The detective opened it carefully. Inside was a single sheet of paper, its message typed in a hurried, uneven font. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper felt damp. The smell of iron clung to it. Only then did they notice the reddish smear along the bottom edge. It wasn't ink. Detective Sarah Morgan placed the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers handling it with practiced precision. The forensics team had already confirmed what she suspected. The reddish stain was human blood, and it matched DNA collected from an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim had been a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, found in her apartment with multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered across the floor, suggesting the attack might have been connected to a story she was working on. The case had gone cold despite hundreds of interviews and countless hours of investigation. Now this letter had arrived at the police department, addressed simply to Homicide Division. The paper and envelope revealed few fingerprints, only smudges, suggesting the sender had worn gloves. The postmark offered their first real light in months. Morgan assembled her team in the briefing room. The walls were covered with crime scene photos, timelines, and suspect profiles that had led nowhere. She pinned the image of the letter at the center of the board. "This changes everything," she told the room. "Our killer feels remorse." Detective James Chen, who had been partnered with Morgan since the beginning of the case, studied the letter. "Or wants us to think they do," he countered. "The blood could be theatrical, a way to taunt us." The forensics team traced the typewriter's unique impression patterns to a model that hadn't been manufactured in decades. Rare, but not impossible to find. They began contacting antique shops and collectors throughout the region. As the investigation gained momentum, they revisited Rebecca's life. Her editor described her as tenacious, dedicated to exposing corruption. Her latest assignment had involved investigating a wealthy family with connections to local politics. The family patriarch had died recently, leaving behind a contentious will and siblings accusing each other of manipulation. The detectives interviewed Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes. During their first conversation months ago, he had appeared devastated, providing a solid alibi. Now, with the letter in evidence, they noticed subtle changes in his demeanor, nervous glances, a slight tremble in his hands. Rebecca mentioned someone was following her, he admitted during this new interview. "I thought she was being paranoid because of her investigation. I should have listened." While the detectives pursued this angle, a second letter arrived. The same typewriter, the same blood. This time the message was longer. She knew too much about the family, about the inheritance, about what happened to the old man. "I never meant for it to go that far." The investigation led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they interviewed the eldest son, Richard. His collection of antiques included several vintage typewriters. When asked about them, his explanation seemed rehearsed, too polished. The breakthrough came when the forensics team discovered microscopic fibers on the envelopes that matched custom stationery used exclusively by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Upon questioning, she revealed that Richard had asked to borrow her stationery a month earlier. A search warrant for Richard's home revealed a hidden room containing newspaper clippings about Rebecca, surveillance photos, and a vintage typewriter matching the one used for the letters. The blood analysis confirmed it belonged to Rebecca. What the detectives hadn't anticipated was the connection between Richard and Michael. Bank records showed substantial payments from Richard to Michael in the weeks before Rebecca's murder. When confronted, Michael broke down. "She told me she found evidence that Richard had poisoned his father to speed up his inheritance," Michael confessed. "I told Richard what she knew. It was just supposed to scare her into dropping the story. I never thought he would kill her." The final piece fell into place when a leaner came forward with a recording. She had secretly captured a conversation between Richard and Michael discussing how to deal with Rebecca. Richard's voice was clear. She needs to be silenced permanently. Richard was arrested while attempting to flee. The prosecution built their case around the letters, the typewriter, the financial transactions, and a leaner's recording. Michael took a plea deal in exchange for his testimony. During the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, claiming Michael had acted alone and was framing him. But the evidence was overwhelming. The jury deliberated for less than a day before returning a guilty verdict. As Richard was led away in handcuffs, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's parents in the courtroom. No words could bring back their daughter, but the conviction brought a measure of closure. The bloodstained letters remained in evidence storage, a reminder that even the most carefully planned crimes leave traces, and that remorse, whether genuine or tactical, can be the undoing of those who believe they've committed the perfect murder. The case of Rebecca Warren became a landmark example in detective training, teaching new investigators that sometimes the breakthrough doesn't come from high-tech forensics, but from something as simple as an old typewriter and the weight of guilt pressing down on a killer's conscience. Story 12. The house had been vacant for years. The neighbors said no one had lived there since the young woman went missing. Yet when the new tenants moved in, they found the bedroom locked from the inside. After prying it open, the air was stale, heavy with dust, but something wasn't right. The bed was made, the mirror wiped clean. On the desk, a single candle had melted down to nothing, its wax pooling like frozen tears. And then they saw it, the notebook, open to a page with fresh ink. The last entry was dated the night she disappeared. Detective Morgan read through the notebook's pages while forensic technicians dusted the room for prints. The writing belonged to Elise Winters, age 26, reported missing by her parents almost 5 years prior. Her handwriting flowed across the pages in neat, precise strokes until the final entry, where the pen had pressed harder, leaving indentations on subsequent blank pages. I know he's watching me tonight, the final entry read. The same car has passed by 3 times. I've called for help, but no one believes me. If something happens, know that it wasn't random. The detective closed the book, slipping it into an evidence bag. The smell of dust and something else, a faint chemical odor, lingered in the room. The landlord stood in the doorway, arms crossed, face pale. I swear we checked every room before listing it for rent, he muttered. That door wasn't locked. Elise had been working as a paralegal for Harriman and Associates, a prestigious law firm handling several high-profile corporate cases. Colleagues described her as meticulous, dedicated, and increasingly withdrawn in the weeks before her disappearance. She started staying late, her supervisor told investigators during a recorded interview. Said she discovered something in the Westridge acquisition files that didn't add up, numbers that were changed, documents that were backdated. The detective studied photographs of Elise auburn hair, serious eyes behind rectangular glasses, always professionally dressed. The woman in the photos seemed too calculated to simply disappear, too organized to leave without a trace. The bedroom yielded few clues, no signs of struggle, no blood, just a perfectly preserved moment in time, as if Elise had stepped out for coffee and intended to return. The candle on the desk was black wax, unscented. Beneath it, heat had warped the wood surface. "What did you find?" Morgan asked the forensic lead. Multiple fingerprint sets, most degraded with age. The interesting part is what's missing. The doorknob was wiped clean inside and out, same with the window latches. The investigators removed the baseboards, checked behind outlets, and searched for hidden compartments. When they pulled up a loose floorboard near the closet, they found it a small waterproof case containing a flash drive and a key. The key opened a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Inside was a second flash drive and several folders of documents. The papers detailed financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts linked to several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics recovered the contents of both drives. They contained audio recordings and spreadsheets documenting manipulated drug trial data for Westridge's flagship medication, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise's voice and that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, senior partner. "These numbers can't go public," Harriman said in one recording. The side effects were present in almost 40% of patients, not 4% as we reported. If this gets out, the firm is finished and Westridge stock becomes worthless overnight. "People are dying," Elise responded. "The seizures are happening exactly as the original data predicted." "This conversation never happened," Harriman replied. "Remember, what we discuss happens inside these walls stays here, for everyone's protection." Detective Morgan connected with pharmaceutical regulators, who confirmed that Neurapax had been quietly pulled from the market after a cluster of patient deaths matched the side effects documented in Elise's hidden files. Investigators subpoenaed Harriman's personal and corporate records. They found nothing directly linking him to Elise's disappearance until they discovered charges for an industrial cleaning service at his vacation property the day after she vanished. When police searched the property, they found microscopic blood traces matching Elise's DNA profile despite the thorough cleaning. The evidence was circumstantial but damning. The mystery of the locked room remained unsolved until Morgan reviewed security footage from neighboring properties. A figure matching Harriman's build approached the house during heavy rain on the night Elise disappeared. The footage showed him entering, but never leaving through any visible exit. The detective returned to the bedroom with a structural engineer. Together they discovered a hidden passage in the back of the bedroom closet, connecting to maintenance tunnels that ran beneath several blocks of older homes in the neighborhood. The passage had been sealed with new drywall and painted to match the original wall. Vincent Harriman was arrested during a board meeting. When confronted with the evidence, he maintained his innocence, claiming Elise had been planning to leave the country with the documents. "She was unstable, paranoid," he told investigators. "She manufactured evidence to damage the firm after we passed her over for promotion." The jury disagreed. Footage recovered from Elise's own hidden camera, tucked inside a bookend on her shelf, showed Harriman entering her room that night. The recording ended abruptly with him approaching her desk where she sat writing. Prosecutors theorized that after killing Elise, Harriman locked the door from inside using a simple trick with string and a hook, escaping through the hidden passage. He had returned years later, before the new tenants arrived, to ensure nothing remained to implicate him. In doing so, he inadvertently preserved the scene exactly as investigators needed to find it. Harriman was convicted of first-degree murder despite no body ever being recovered. The pharmaceutical executives implicated in the fraud faced separate charges. The families of patients who died from Neuropack side effects filed a class action lawsuit that exposed systemic corruption. At the sentencing hearing, Elise's mother addressed the court. "My daughter's room remained untouched, preserving the truth she gave her life to reveal. She never left that room, not really. Her pursuit of justice remained locked inside, waiting for someone to find it." The new tenants never moved in. The house stands empty once more, its secrets exposed but not forgotten. Locals avoid walking past it after dark. Some claim to see a light in the upstairs window, the bedroom where a young woman made her final stand against powerful men who thought their crimes would stay hidden forever. Justice came for Elise Winters, not in life, but in the evidence she left behind. The room she never truly left became both her tomb and her testimony. Story 13. The town never mentioned the house at the edge of the woods. It stood alone, its windows blackened, its porch sagging under the weight of years. No one claimed to own it. No one could remember who built it. But when a group of hikers wandered too close, they saw something strange, names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep like warnings. At the bottom of the list, fresh and unweathered, was a name none of them recognized, until one of them whispered, voice trembling, "That's mine." The call came in during the night. Dispatch recorded it as a standard trespassing report. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who discovered his name carved into the abandoned house. The responding officers expected nothing more than teenage vandalism, perhaps a prank among friends. What they found instead defied explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness enveloped the forest. The beam of her flashlight cut through the shadows, illuminating the weathered facade of the structure. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with age, nearly invisible against the gray wood. Others remained sharp, as if carved recently. And at the bottom, Mason Wright, the cut still bearing traces of fresh sawdust. "I've never been here before," Mason insisted, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. "I don't understand how anyone would know my name." The investigation began with background checks on every name listed. The results chilled the detective team to their core. Each name belonged to someone reported missing over the past 4 decades. Some cases had gone cold, others remained active. All shared one disturbing detail: the individuals had disappeared while hiking alone. Forensic analysts photographed each carving, noting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, corresponded to a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The case notes described a young woman who ventured into these woods and never returned. Search parties found nothing but a single hiking boot beside a stream. Detective Keller interviewed Mason extensively. His story remained consistent. He had no connection to the area beyond this hiking trip with 4 college friends. They had chosen the trail randomly, based on an online recommendation. Nothing about his background linked him to any of the other names on the wall. The investigation shifted focus to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group photographer, provided pictures taken throughout their hike. In reviewing the images, analysts noticed something disturbing. A blurred figure appeared in the background of 3 separate photos. The shape resembled a tall, thin man, always partially obscured by trees. "We never saw anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house interior. The structure appeared abandoned. Dust covered every surface. Furniture lay broken and scattered. Yet in the basement, officers discovered a disturbing scene. Personal items belonging to the missing hikers sat arranged in neat rows on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each labeled with a corresponding name from the wall outside. The evidence technicians worked methodically, documenting every item. Under ultraviolet light, blood patterns emerged on the concrete floor, years of stains that someone had attempted to clean. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no bodies buried beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs alerted repeatedly near the back of the property where the forest grew densest. As the investigation intensified, Detective Keller noticed unusual behavior from Mason Wright. He began reporting strange occurrences, whispers outside his apartment, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but not away, figures watching from the street. The department assigned an officer to protect him, but Mason grew increasingly paranoid. The breakthrough came when researchers discovered land records buried in county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors rarely saw him, describing brief encounters with an unnervingly tall, gaunt man who avoided conversation. Blackwood disappeared without trace 15 years ago, his disappearance never officially investigated. Detective Keller obtained a warrant to search deeper into the surrounding forest. The search team discovered a network of crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along popular hiking paths. Inside one, they found a journal containing meticulous observations, descriptions of hikers, their routes, equipment, and patterns. The handwriting matched samples from Victor Blackwood's few existing documents. The journal entries grew increasingly disturbing over time. Early pages detailed hunting techniques for animals. Later entries described humans as prey, their habits, vulnerabilities, and methods for their collection. The final pages contained detailed accounts of stalking each victim on the wall, including elaborate descriptions of how he selected his targets. The manhunt for Blackwood mobilized across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scanned the forest. Tactical teams methodically searched every cave and ravine, yet no trace of the suspect emerged. Mason Wright stopped answering his phone. Officers dispatched to his apartment found the door unlocked, the rooms empty. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, was a single line: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason continued for weeks without success. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, forensic technicians made a horrifying discovery. Hidden behind a false wall in the basement, they found a small workshop containing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved piece of wood bearing a new name not yet mounted to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the lead forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and couldn't be reached by phone. Authorities established a continuous surveillance perimeter around the house. Camera systems recorded every approach. Motion sensors monitored for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alert. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and thin, moving with unnatural grace. The figure approached the house directly, seemingly unconcerned about the surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. When the system recovered, the figure had vanished. The house remains under constant surveillance today. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never found. The investigation continues, with new resources allocated as similar disappearances are reported in other forested regions. The names on the wall have become legendary among criminal investigators. Some officers refuse to speak them aloud, others avoid the case entirely. And local hikers now give the house a wide berth, afraid that speaking of it might somehow add their names to that terrible list the names no one speaks. Story 14. She never liked going up there, but when the storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice. The attic was filled with forgotten things, draped in dust and cobwebs. In the farthest corner sat an old dollhouse, eerily detailed, its tiny furniture meticulously placed. But as she peered inside, her stomach twisted. The figures inside weren't dolls. They were tiny, hand-carved replicas of her family, each figure positioned exactly where they had been sitting downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to be her was standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan ran her finger across the dollhouse roof, feeling the indentation where the small wooden figure stood. The discovery sent a chill through her body that had nothing to do with the cold draft whistling through the rafters. The dollhouse shouldn't have been there at all. This wasn't her childhood home, but a rental property the family had moved into just weeks earlier. The case began with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, huddled in their living room, refusing to return upstairs. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially dismissed their concerns as an elaborate prank or perhaps the overactive imagination of a family adjusting to an unfamiliar house. The detail is what struck me, Detective Harmon would later recall during interviews. Each miniature figurine captured something distinct about each family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The investigation shifted when forensic teams discovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that matched none of the family members. More disturbing still were microscopic cameras found embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all connected to a sophisticated recording system hidden beneath the dollhouse itself. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements over preceding days revealed an unsettling pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse didn't just match where the family had been sitting that evening, they matched exact positions from different days, suggesting someone had been watching them long enough to learn their habits. We realized we weren't dealing with a simple case of stalking, explained Detective Harmon. The perpetrator demonstrated a level of obsession rarely documented in criminal psychology literature. The investigation uncovered a hidden basement entrance concealed behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators found a makeshift living space with evidence someone had been residing there since before the Morgans moved in. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag suggested the intruder had been living underneath the family for weeks. What puzzled investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records revealed the house had been vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans moved in. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within months of each other. Their son had handled the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded little information. Most hadn't noticed anything unusual, though one elderly woman mentioned occasionally seeing lights in the house during its vacancy period. I assumed it was the real estate people showing the property, she told investigators. Never occurred to me someone might be living there without permission. The breakthrough came through digital forensics. Examining the surveillance system connected to the miniature cameras, analysts discovered the data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, they found walls covered with photographs of the Morgan family and previous occupants of the house. Journal entries detailed the daily routines of each family member with disturbing precision. The most chilling discovery was a workshop containing dozens of partially completed dollhouses, each representing different homes in the area. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. His financial records showed mounting debt after his parents' deaths. Rather than selling the house outright, he'd created the hidden living space, continuing to live there while collecting rental income from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his control center, explained the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figure represented someone he watched. The figure of Rebecca by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance system. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily calm as he described his motivation. They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' bedroom. I needed to make sure they were treating it with respect. When asked about the positioned figures, he simply stated, "I wanted them to know I was always watching." The psychological evaluation revealed a complex case of possessive delusion. Wells couldn't emotionally process losing his childhood home and created an elaborate system to maintain control over it. The dollhouse had become his way of possessing both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never returned to the house. Rebecca later recalled the moment that haunted her most wasn't finding the dollhouse, but realizing what it meant. Someone had been watching us all along, measuring our lives, turning us into playthings. The real horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was knowing that in his mind, we were just dolls to be positioned and observed. Wells was charged with multiple counts of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case prompted a review of real estate disclosure laws regarding deaths on properties and the responsibility of agents to ensure homes are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge noted the extraordinary violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't just invade their home, you invaded their sense of safety and autonomy. You observed their most private moments and recreated them for your entertainment. What makes the case particularly disturbing to criminologists is how long Wells might have continued undetected had Rebecca not discovered the dollhouse. Forensic analysis of his journals suggested he had been living secretly within homes for nearly 2 years, moving from one property to another, creating dollhouses of each family under observation. The Morgan family eventually found a new home far away, but Rebecca admitted in victim impact statements that she still checks closets and crawl spaces routinely. She removed all dollhouses and miniatures from their new residence. "Some days I still feel like I'm being watched," she said. "I wonder if somewhere, someone is still moving a tiny version of me around in a dollhouse I haven't discovered yet." Story 15. The apartment was old, the heating system groaned, the pipes rattled, it was nothing unusual. At least that's what she told herself, until she heard it. A voice, faint but distinct, carried through the vents. It wasn't the usual murmurs of a neighbor on the phone, it was whispering, calling her name. She pressed her ear against the grate, heart pounding. A breath of cold air rushed past her cheek, and then softly, almost playfully, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood motionless in the center of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been pried from the wall. The forensics team worked methodically around her, cameras flashing as they documented the scene. The victim, Alina Reeves, had been missing for 7 days before the building manager noticed the smell. What they found inside the ventilation system defied explanation. She reported hearing voices through the vents, said Officer Patel, reading from his notepad. Building management dismissed her concerns, said the old heating system made strange noises. Shaw knelt beside the vent, noting the scratch marks around its edges. These weren't made by tools, she murmured. The gouges in the metal were deep, frantic fingernails desperately trying to remove the cover from the inside. The victim had been popular, well-liked, a kindergarten teacher with a warm smile and a collection of houseplants that still thrived on her windowsill. Her students had made her cards when she didn't show up for work. Her sister had filed the missing persons report. She became paranoid in the weeks before her disappearance, the sister had explained during her interview. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. I thought it was stress from work. Shaw studied the apartment with new eyes, the perfectly made bed, the unwashed coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned directly beneath the vent as if someone had been sitting there listening. The forensics report revealed unexpected details. Fibers caught in the vent grating matched those from the victim's favorite cardigan. A partial fingerprint, not Alina's, was found on the inside of the vent cover. Most disturbing were the audio recordings recovered from Alina's phone. Shaw listened to them alone in her car, the rain drumming against the roof. Alina's voice came first, hesitant and frightened. If you're real, say something. Silence stretched for 20 seconds before a response came, a whisper so faint Shaw had to turn the volume to maximum. Alina, sweet Alina, let me in. The background check on the building yielded unsettling history. 7 tenants had vacated the apartment in the past decade, each breaking their lease early. 2 had filed complaints about noises in the walls. 1 had been treated for carbon monoxide poisoning, claiming hallucinations of voices calling from the vents. The building superintendent, a man named Harold Weber, had worked there for 15 years. His personnel file showed no red flags, though Shaw noted he possessed keys to every apartment. During questioning, he maintained an unnerving calmness. The building makes noises, he said with a shrug. People get spooked, nothing supernatural about old pipes and settling foundations. But when Shaw asked about the previous tenants of apartment 4B, his demeanor shifted subtly. A tightening around the eyes, a slight tension in his shoulders. I don't keep track of everyone who comes and goes, he replied, eyes fixed on a point beyond her shoulder. The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensics discovered a hidden access panel in Alina's bathroom, concealed behind a loose tile. It connected to a narrow maintenance passage that ran between the walls, providing access to the ventilation system throughout the building. Inside this passage, they found a collection of items, a flashlight, a water bottle, food wrappers. Someone had been living within the walls, watching, listening, whispering. Shaw ordered a search of Weber's apartment. It was immaculate, almost sterile in its tidiness. Nothing out of place, nothing personal, until they checked his computer. The files were organized by apartment numbers. Inside folder 4B were hundreds of audio recordings, conversations, phone calls, the sound of Alina singing in the shower, pictures taken through vents and tiny holes drilled in walls. A digital journal documented his relationship with her. She hears me now, one entry read. She listens for me, waits for me. Soon I will invite her into the walls with me. The most damning evidence came from a small storage unit rented under Weber's name. Inside, they discovered artifacts from previous tenants, jewelry, photographs, clothing preserved like trophies, a shrine to his connections with the people he watched. Weber was arrested trying to board a bus in the dead of night. He offered no resistance, only smiled serenely as the handcuffs closed around his wrists. "They all hear me eventually," he told Shaw during interrogation. "The building speaks to them through me." The coroner determined Alina had been alive when she entered the ventilation system, likely coaxed in through the hidden passage. Sedative traces in her system suggested she was drugged. She had become disoriented in the maze of metal ducts, her oxygen depleting as she crawled deeper into the building's lungs, following the whispers that promised safety ahead. The families of former tenants came forward after the arrest. Some reported missing items. Others described loved ones who had become anxious, paranoid, convinced they were being watched. A pattern emerged spanning years, a predator hiding within the walls, selecting his victims, studying them, speaking to them through the vents until the whispers became their reality. At trial, Weber maintained an eerie composure. His attorney pursued an insanity defense, presenting psychological evaluations describing delusions of symbiosis with the building. The prosecution countered with evidence of meticulous planning, the modified vents, the carefully maintained passages, the detailed records of his victims' habits. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning their verdict, guilty on all counts. As Weber was led from the courtroom, he turned to Shaw with a smile that never reached his eyes. "They'll still hear me," he said. "The building remembers, the whispers never stop." The apartment building stands vacant now. Despite renovations, new owners, fresh paint, no one stays long. Residents report strange sounds from the vents, whispers in the walls, cold drafts that carry voices. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle, it's nothing unusual. At least that's what they tell themselves. Story 16. The old apartment had its quirks, pipes that groaned, floorboards that creaked, but the new tenant knew what she heard wasn't normal. The footsteps were too steady, too deliberate. They came from above, slow and measured, but she lived on the top floor. One night she worked up the courage to knock on the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound stopped, the silence stretched. Then a single knock came back from inside the ceiling. Sarah Coleman never reported the knocking incident to anyone. She convinced herself it was just the building settling, or perhaps some small animal that had found its way into the attic space. Even as the footsteps continued night after night, she adapted, turning up her television volume, wearing headphones to bed, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls that traced paths across her ceiling in the darkness. Detective Morris first heard about the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had removed a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment to fix a water leak. Behind it, he discovered a narrow passage that shouldn't have existed according to the building plans. When he shined his flashlight inside, the beam illuminated a makeshift living space, food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building superintendent called the police immediately. Detective Morris arrived with his partner, Detective Rivera, to find the maintenance worker pale and shaking. "Someone's been living in the walls," he kept repeating. "Someone's been watching." The notebook contained detailed observations of Sarah Coleman, her schedule, her visitors, what she ate for dinner, what shows she watched, when she showered, when she slept. The handwriting started out neat but grew increasingly erratic toward the final pages, with bizarre symbols appearing in the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," read the final entry. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensics teams combed the crawl space and found fingerprints that matched no records in any database. They discovered a complex network of passages built into the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades according to structural analysis. The passages connected to 5 different apartments, but ended in viewing points, small holes disguised as fixtures or minor damage in only one, Sarah Coleman's. The investigation team interviewed current residents. None reported anything unusual beyond the typical noises of apartment living. Former residents told a different story. 3 previous tenants of Sarah's apartment described feeling watched or hearing unexplained movements. One had moved out after only 2 weeks. None had reported their experiences, fearing they would sound paranoid. The break in the case came when forensics discovered microscopic blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA testing matched it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had disappeared without explanation 4 years earlier. His family had filed a missing persons report, but the case had gone cold. He had lived in the apartment directly below Sarah's. Detective Morris re-examined Martin's disappearance. According to neighbors, Martin had complained about noises above his apartment. He had confronted the tenant living above him at the time, a quiet man named Edward who kept to himself. Shortly after, Martin vanished. Edward moved out the following month, leaving no forwarding address. Investigators tracked Edward's rental history and discovered a pattern. He had lived in 6 different apartment buildings over 20 years. In each case, he had requested top-floor units, made few social connections, and eventually left without notice. A neighbor from his 3rd residence remembered him as intense and recalled his frequent complaints about needing silence. The investigators found property records showing that Edward had purchased remote rural land. When they arrived at the location, they discovered a cabin with walls lined with photos and notes. Images of residents from various apartment buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Maps of ventilation systems and structural weak points. Detailed journals describing observations of the specimens and maintaining the habitat. In the center of the cabin stood a corkboard with newspaper clippings. Missing persons reports, 6 of them, all former apartment residents from buildings where Edward had lived. Deep scratches marked the wooden floor beneath the board, as if something heavy had been dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to a freshly disturbed patch of earth. Excavation revealed human remains, and then another grave, and another. As forensic anthropologists began the grim work of identifying the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's apartment building. The crawl spaces had been sealed off, but residents still reported occasional noises. Maintenance workers installing new security systems discovered something tucked into a corner where the ceiling met the wall in the hallway, a small notebook, newer than the first one found. The first page contained only one line. "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The writing matched the previous notebook. The last page held a crude drawing of Sarah's apartment layout with a new passage marked in red and a date for that night. Officers rushed to evacuate Sarah, but found her apartment empty. Her phone lay on the kitchen counter. Her television was still on. Her shower was running. In the bathroom, steam fogged the mirror. As it cleared, a message became visible, written by a finger on the glass. look up. The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The manhunt for Edward continues. Investigators have identified him as Edward Mercer, former construction worker specializing in renovations. His knowledge of building structures had allowed him to create his hidden network of observation points and passages. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building revealed no signs of current habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains missing. Her case has been linked to similar disappearances across multiple states. Authorities have issued warnings to apartment building managers about unauthorized modifications and hidden spaces. The image that haunts Detective Morris most is not the graves or the journals or even the photos of unsuspecting residents. It's the thought of Sarah, night after night, hearing those footsteps above her in an apartment with no upstairs neighbor. The footsteps that stopped when she knocked and then knocked back. Sometimes at night, alone in his own home, Detective Morris finds himself looking up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, and wondering who else might be listening too. Story 17. The old library was set to be demolished. The workers were nearly done when one of them stumbled upon a hidden latch in the bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire case swung open, revealing a narrow passage leading to a hidden room. The air inside was thick, untouched for decades. There was no furniture, just a chair in the center, bolted to the floor. And on the wall, scratched over and over, the same phrase repeated, "I am still here." The construction foreman radioed for the police. What began as a routine demolition quickly transformed into something far more sinister. The responding detective, Morgan Walsh, had seen his share of unusual crime scenes during his 20 years on the force, but nothing quite like this. He stood in the doorway, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the disturbing message that covered the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice echoing in the confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The history of the building painted an intriguing background. The library had been privately owned by the Harrington family, prominent figures in the community who had donated the building to the public after the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car found near the woods. The case had gone cold despite extensive searches and interviews. The prevailing theory suggested she had run away to start a new life, though her family never accepted this explanation. They had insisted something more sinister had occurred. As forensic technicians carefully examined the hidden room, they discovered hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall contained minute traces of blood and skin cells under the layers of dust. Initial testing indicated the biological material was consistent with a young female. The chair was designed to restrain someone, the forensic analyst noted, pointing to the bolt holes and weathered leather straps still attached to the arms. Whoever was kept here struggled intensely. Walsh assembled a team to dive into the Harrington family history. Something about the timing of the library donation nagged at him. It had been gifted to the community merely weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a peculiar coincidence that now seemed potentially significant. Further investigation revealed another disturbing detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor who had worked exclusively for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records showed substantial payments to this contractor, far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff were interviewed, each expressing shock at the discovery. None had known about the hidden space, though one elderly librarian recalled Maxwell spending countless hours alone in that section of the building after hours. She had assumed he was merely an avid reader seeking privacy. Maxwell always insisted that particular section remain untouched during renovations, she told investigators. He claimed the original woodwork was historically significant and irreplaceable. The investigation intensified when forensic results confirmed the DNA from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old bedroom. The timeline became clearer and more disturbing. Rebecca had not run away. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by someone within her own family. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, they discovered a leather-bound journal hidden in a false bottom drawer. The journal contained detailed entries spanning several months, describing an unhealthy obsession with his niece. The final entry was the most chilling. She threatened to tell everyone, "I cannot allow that. The room will hold her until she understands." Investigators tracked down Maxwell, now living in a coastal retirement community. During questioning, he maintained his composure initially, dismissing the hidden room as an architectural curiosity he knew nothing about. But when presented with the journal and DNA evidence, his fa-de crumbled. "She was going to ruin everything," he finally admitted, his voice flat and emotionless. "Rebecca discovered financial documents proving I had been embezzling from the family foundation for years. The family name meant everything. I couldn't let her destroy it." The confession painted a horrific picture. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and imprisoned her in the hidden room. He had planned to keep her there until she agreed to silence, but something went wrong. During one of his visits, Rebecca had attempted to escape. In the struggle that followed, he had killed her. "I panicked," Maxwell stated during his recorded confession. "I buried her beneath the floorboards of the room and sealed it shut. Then I donated the building to ensure no one would ever renovate that section." Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the floor of the hidden room. Excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal remains, still wearing the silver bracelet her parents had given her for her 20th birthday. The Harrington family attended Maxwell's sentencing, watching in somber silence as justice was finally delivered. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, the only piece of her they could bury properly after all these years. The library demolition was halted indefinitely as it became a site for mourning and reflection. Community members left flowers at the entrance, honoring a life cut short and a truth that had waited patiently behind a bookshelf to be discovered. In a sad twist of irony, it was Rebecca who had the final word. Her message, "I am still here," scratched desperately on the walls, had indeed ensured she would never be forgotten, and that justice, however delayed, would eventually find its way to the light. Story 18. They found it in the attic, hidden beneath a tattered blanket, a porcelain doll, delicate and old, its painted blue eyes wide and unblinking. Neither of them had ever seen it before. They laughed it off, just another forgotten antique. But that night, as they settled into bed, something felt off. The air was heavier, the silence stretched, and in the morning the doll wasn't in the attic anymore. It was sitting at the foot of their bed. The young couple, Sarah and Michael, had purchased the Victorian house at auction, enchanted by its ornate woodwork and mysterious charm despite rumors about its troubled past. They were drawn to the history embedded in its walls, not knowing they would soon become part of it. Detective Rachel Winters received the call on a crisp autumn morning. The female victim had been found in the master bedroom, her body arranged in an unnatural pose, arms and legs bent at precise angles. Her eyes were open wide, a look of terror frozen on her face. The male victim was discovered in the hallway as if he had been trying to escape. The scene was immaculate, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle beyond the final moments. The positioning is deliberate, Detective Winters noted, speaking quietly into her recorder as crime scene photographers captured every detail. The female victim appears posed like a doll removed from a display case. The investigation began with thorough interviews of neighbors. One elderly woman recalled seeing a shadow moving behind an upstairs window when the couple should have been at work. Another mentioned hearing what sounded like a child's laughter coming from the empty house during the night. Each account added another layer of unease to the growing case file. The forensic team uncovered microscopic fibers throughout the house, vintage cotton and silk, consistent with materials used in antique doll clothing, most concentrated around the victims' bodies and the attic space. More disturbing was what they didn't find. No fingerprints besides the victims, no DNA from any intruder, no footprints in the dust that shouldn't have been there. It's as if whoever did this was never physically present, the lead forensic analyst remarked. The investigation turned to the history of the property. Records revealed a pattern: 3 previous owners over 6 decades had died under mysterious circumstances. Each case remained unsolved, with files noting strange inconsistencies. One family reported finding antique toys in rooms they had just cleaned. Another documented hearing footsteps when no one else was home. Detective Winters discovered a newspaper clipping from decades earlier. A renowned doll maker had once lived in a house with his daughter. The child had died under suspicious circumstances, and the father was questioned but never charged. Before taking his own life, he had completed one final doll said to be a perfect replica of his daughter. The inventory list from when Sarah and Michael purchased the house mentioned no such doll. As Detective Winters dug deeper, she found a pattern connecting all victims. Each had made modifications to the house, specifically to the attic space. Sarah and Michael had begun renovations the week before their deaths, planning to convert the attic into a home office. The breakthrough came when examining old photographs found in a hidden compartment beneath the attic floorboards. Black and white images showed the dollmaker with his collection, but one doll stood out identical to the one described in initial police reports, the one found by Sarah and Michael. In the images, the doll appeared in different positions, sometimes seeming to move between photographs taken moments apart. Infrared scans of the walls revealed something chilling: tiny handprints, invisible to the naked eye, trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, along with a strange residue that analysis identified as porcelain dust mixed with organic material that couldn't be classified. The case took an unexpected turn when Detective Winters interviewed a distant relative of the dollmaker. The woman shared family rumors about the dollmaker using unorthodox materials and techniques, supposedly incorporating human elements into his most prized creations to give them life. She spoke of rituals performed to bind spirits to objects, knowledge the dollmaker had acquired during travels abroad. The most perfect dolls, she whispered, were never meant to be just toys. The investigation stalled after that revelation. No suspects could be identified, No conventional explanation fit the evidence. The case remained active but grew cold. Detective Winters requested to keep the doll as evidence, securing it in a locked cabinet at the station. The morning after, officers found her office door ajar, the cabinet empty. The detective herself was discovered seated at her desk, unharmed but disoriented, with no memory of the night before. The security cameras showed nothing but static during the hours in question. The house was sold again at auction, its troubled history driving the price down despite its architectural value. The new owners found the attic empty, except for a tattered blanket folded neatly in the corner. The doll was never recovered, and the deaths of Sarah and Michael joined the list of unsolved cases that would occasionally be referenced in hushed tones around the detective department. Some claimed to have glimpsed it in evidence storage, though inventory checks never confirmed its presence. Detective Winters retired early, citing personal reasons. On her last day, she removed a single item from her personal files, a photograph of the doll maker with his collection. She sealed it in an envelope marked "Never Open" and locked it away. The new owners reported no disturbances, having decided to leave the attic untouched. But sometimes, on quiet nights, neighbors would report seeing a small shadow moving behind the attic window and hearing what sounded like the gentle laughter of a child. Story 19. The old box was buried under decades of junk in the attic, a forgotten relic of the house's previous owners. Inside were faded Polaroids, mostly of birthdays and family gatherings, normal, innocent, until she reached the last photo. It was taken in her living room, the same couch, the same curtains, but the family sitting there wasn't hers, and behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a man standing in the hallway watching. Rebecca felt a chill creep up her spine as she studied the photograph. Her fingers trembled slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to vibrate. The family in the image, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick glasses, and two children, smiled at the camera, unaware of the figure lurking in the shadows behind them. Their expressions frozen in a moment of happiness while danger stood just feet away. She carried the photo downstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath her weight. The house had always felt too big, too empty since she'd moved in 4 months ago, but now it felt suffocating. Rebecca placed the photograph on her kitchen counter and stared at it under the harsh fluorescent light. The similarity was undeniable: the archway leading to the hallway, the distinctive crown molding, the bay window that let in the morning sun. This was her house, but these people were strangers. The detective arrived wearing a weathered leather jacket that had seen its fair share of crime scenes. Detective Morgan had deep-set eyes that missed nothing, scanning the photograph with methodical precision. He ran a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, flipping it over to examine the blank back. "The family that sold you this house, the Nelsons, how much do you know about them?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "Almost nothing," Rebecca admitted. "The sale went through a realtor. They had already moved out of state." Morgan nodded, his expression giving nothing away. "Mind if I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." The investigation began quietly. Rebecca learned the Nelsons had purchased the house from a family named Crawford. The Crawfords had lived there for 7 years before moving suddenly. Before them, the Mornos had owned the property for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan worked backwards through property records, interviewing former neighbors and building a timeline of occupants. The break came unexpectedly. A former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo. "That's the Sutherlands," he said with certainty. They lived in that house for only about a year, then they just disappeared. Mail piled up for weeks before being returned. Everyone assumed they moved without telling anyone. The Sutherland family had vanished without a trace. 4 people gone, no change of address, no records of enrollment in new schools for the children. Their cars were never found, bank accounts untouched, as if they had simply ceased to exist. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to approximately 15 years earlier. The technician pointed to small details in the image, the distinctive pattern of dust particles in the air, the unnatural stillness of the subjects. This was taken with a timer, she explained. See how they're all positioned perfectly. Someone set up the camera and then had to rush into position. But if the Sutherlands had set up the camera themselves, who was the figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging revealed more details about the shadowy presence. Tall, male, wearing what appeared to be dark clothing. His face remained obscured, but his posture suggested he was watching intently. He stood perfectly still, as if he belonged there, as if he had every right to be in that house. Detective Morgan discovered a pattern. Before the Sutherlands, another family had lived in the house for exactly 1 year before disappearing, and before them, another. 5 families over a span of 5 years, all vanishing without explanation, always after exactly 1 year of residency. Rebecca had been in the house for 4 months. The investigation uncovered building records from decades earlier. The house had been built by a renowned architect with a sterling reputation, but the project manager had disappeared near completion. His replacement, a man named Samuel Whitfield, had finished the job. Police archives contained a single photograph of Whitfield, a tall, slender man with hollow cheeks and penetrating eyes. When digitally aged and compared to the figure in the Polaroid, the match was undeniable. But Samuel Whitfield had reportedly died in a construction accident shortly after the house was completed. His body was never recovered from the collapsed foundation of another building site. The basement became the focus of the investigation. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete floor, inconsistencies in density that shouldn't have been there. When the jackhammers broke through the surface, the smell hit them first. Beneath layers of concrete and soil, they found them. Not just the Sutherlands, all of them. Every missing family, perfectly preserved in the cool, dry earth. Among their possessions was a camera. The same camera that had taken the Polaroid found in the attic, and dozens more photographs, each showing a different family, smiling, unaware of the figure watching from the shadows. The house was sealed off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never return. As investigators cataloged evidence, they discovered a crawl space in the attic, hidden behind a false wall. Inside was a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal filled with meticulous observations of the families who had lived there. The final entry was dated just 3 days earlier. The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline. Rebecca moved to a hotel under police protection. Her phone rang during the night, waking her from a fitful sleep. When she answered, there was only the sound of breathing, then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera ejecting a photo. The investigation continues to this day. The house stands empty, its windows dark, its secrets not fully revealed. No one has been able to locate Samuel Whitfield, if that was ever his real name. Some investigators believe he died decades ago, while others insist he simply moved on to a new location, a new identity, a new house. And somewhere in a darkened room, Photographs are developing new families, new homes, new watchers in the shadows. The only certainty is that those who seek the truth about the man in the photograph are now being watched themselves. Story 20. Renovations were always bound to uncover strange things, old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. But when the couple pulled up the floorboards, they didn't expect to find a letter folded neatly beneath the wood. The paper was brittle, the ink faded, but the message was clear: don't trust the one who knocked. Before they could react, 3 sharp raps echoed through the empty house. The discovery sent chills down their spines. Sarah and Michael had purchased the Victorian-era home at an estate auction, charmed by its ornate moldings and rich history. They never imagined their renovation project would unearth something so unsettling. Detective Alina Reed arrived with her partner, the floorboards still pulled up, exposing the dark cavity beneath. Her weathered hands, marked by years of handling evidence, carefully extracted the note using gloved fingers. The couple had touched it, already unavoidable contamination. Reed studied their faces as they recounted the knocking sound. Their fear seemed genuine. Background checks revealed nothing suspicious about Sarah and Michael. Newlyweds, good credit, stable jobs. The house, however, had a more complex history. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for decades, it had been vacant for 2 years following the death of the last resident, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow who lived alone. Neighbors described Margaret as reclusive but pleasant. No known enemies, no suspicious circumstances around her death, natural causes, according to the coroner, yet something felt off. Forensic analysis dated the note to approximately 20 years earlier. The handwriting exhibited signs of distress. Pressure points suggested fear or urgency. Margaret would have been in her 60s then, living with her husband, Franklin, who had passed away 5 years before her. Reed expanded her investigation, digging through county records and interviewing former acquaintances of the Hargroves. Franklin had been respected in the community, a retired teacher with a passion for woodworking. Several pieces of his handcrafted furniture still remained in the house. A former student of Franklin's remembered him as kind but troubled during his final teaching years. He became paranoid, the student recalled, kept mentioning someone watching him. We all thought it was early dementia. The breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Margaret's sister, now living in a nursing home. Her memory faded in and out, but certain details remained sharp. Margaret was afraid of him near the end, she whispered. Not Franklin, no. The man who came knocking, the collector. Reed lined forward, the collector. Franklin owed money, gambling debts. The man would come knocking. 3 times, always 3 knocks. Margaret wanted to sell the house to pay him off, but Franklin refused. Reed returned to the house, this time with a forensic team. They removed more floorboards, searching the crawl space methodically. The cadaver dogs found it first beneath the foundation, wrapped in plastic. A male skeleton, skull fractured in multiple places. Dental records confirmed it wasn't Franklin Hargrove. Franklin had been cremated, his ashes scattered according to his wishes. This was someone else, someone who had never been reported missing. Further excavation revealed more: a wallet preserved inside the plastic. The ID inside belonged to Victor Mercer, known to police as a loan shark and collector for an illegal gambling operation. He had vanished 20 years ago without a trace. The case pieced itself together through forensic evidence and Margaret's diaries found hidden in the attic. Franklin had accrued substantial gambling debts. When Mercer came to collect with threats against Margaret, Franklin snapped. The workshop tools became weapons. The crawl space became a tomb. The note became a warning. Margaret had helped clean up, not out of malice, but out of fear and devotion. Her diaries revealed the torment she lived with afterward. I hear the knocking sometimes, even when nobody's there. 3 knocks, always 3. Franklin says it's my imagination. After Franklin died of a heart attack, Margaret lived alone in the house, never remarrying, never moving, keeping the secret beneath her feet. Her diary entries became increasingly paranoid. The knocking continues. I fear someone knows. The case was officially closed. The remains of Victor Mercer were returned to his remaining family. Justice, cold and delayed, had finally been served. Sarah and Michael sold the house, unable to live with its history. It remains vacant, the renovations abandoned. Local rumors claim that sometimes, in the dead of night, 3 distinct knocks can be heard echoing through the empty halls. Whether it's the settling of old wood or something more sinister remains unknown. The note remains in evidence storage, its message a chilling reminder: don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret never specified whether she meant Mercer, Franklin, or perhaps someone else entirely, someone who had discovered their secret and used it to torment her in her final years. Some mysteries, Detective Reed noted in her final report, are never fully solved, even when we think we know the truth. Story 21. She stepped in through the front door, dust swirling in the stale air. The house had been abandoned for years, its walls peeling, its furniture draped in sheets. Exploring felt like stepping into a frozen moment in time, except for one thing. The doors, every one of them led back to the same room. No matter where she walked, no matter which handle she turned, she always ended up back in the parlor. The only way out was the way she came in. But when she turned back, the front door was gone. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body transformed the abandoned Victorian from local curiosity to crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, watching forensic technicians move through the dim interior like ghosts. The house had acquired a certain notoriety among locals, the house where compasses spun wildly, where people reported feeling watched. Now it held secrets far darker than urban legends. Initial examination suggests she's been dead approximately 3 days, the medical examiner said, his voice barely above a whisper. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, positioned to face the main entrance as if waiting for someone. Her expression peaceful, hands folded neatly in her lap, no signs of struggle, no defensive wounds. The scene possessed an eerie stillness that experienced investigators found unsettling. Who reported finding the body? Lind asked, scanning her notes. Real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers, her partner responded. They entered, saw her sitting there, thought she was trespassing until they got closer. The house had remained unoccupied since the death of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years earlier. Family disputes had left the property in legal limbo, unwanted, unsold, and largely forgotten except by vandals and thrill seekers. Morgan Pierce was 26, a graduate student researching architectural anomalies for her thesis. Friends described her as methodical, ambitious, and fascinated by spaces that defied conventional design. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, would have been irresistible to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Said Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation revealed Morgan had visited the house multiple times in the weeks before her death. Her journal entries described strange acoustic properties, unexpected cold spots, and doors that seemed to lead to different rooms each time she opened them. In her final entry, she wrote of bringing specialized equipment to document what she called spatial inconsistencies. That equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy revealed an unexpected detailed trace amounts of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in certain shamanic rituals. The substance was known to cause disorientation and vivid hallucinations, but not in quantities sufficient to be lethal. She wasn't a recreational drug user, her boyfriend insisted during questioning. Morgan was rigorous about her research methods. She wouldn't have compromised her perception deliberately. Digital forensics recovered fragments of deleted messages on Morgan's phone. Conversations with someone who shared her fascination with the house, someone who claimed to understand its secrets. The messages grew increasingly intimate and cryptic. "The house remembers what happened there," one message read. "It wants someone to know." The investigation led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had drawn her attention, and their professional relationship had evolved into something more personal. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely devastated by her death. "The house has a reputation," he explained. "The original architect incorporated optical illusions and false perspectives. He designed it to confuse and disorient. Morgan believed there was something more to it, something beyond tricks of design." But Reeves had an alibi for the estimated time of death. Security footage showed him giving a lecture at a university symposium several hours away. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Alina Blackwood's grandson, now living abroad. When contacted by investigators, he revealed a family secret kept buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the only Blackwood to die in that house," he said. "There were others, always found in the parlor, always looking peaceful. The family called it the claiming." He provided investigators with journals dating back decades, documenting deaths initially ruled as heart failure or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable. Individuals who spent significant time in the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically called the influence. A secondary search of the property revealed a hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace. Inside, investigators found Morgan's missing equipment and something else. A small chamber containing artifacts from numerous indigenous cultures, arranged in a precise geometric pattern. At the center sat a carved figurine, its features worn smooth by handling across generations. Analysis identified the carving as representing a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between worlds. Residue on the artifacts matched the alkaloid found in Morgan's system. The case took another turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns in the house indicated someone else had been present when Morgan died. Partial fingerprints not matching Morgan's or any known visitors were recovered from doorknobs throughout the house. 3 weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves was found dead in his apartment. Like Morgan, he was seated facing the entrance, expression peaceful, with the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that matched no lock in his apartment, but fit perfectly into the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his final email sent to himself as if preserving a record, Reeves wrote, "The house doesn't trap you physically, it traps your perception. Morgan was right, the doors led where they've always led, but something makes you think you're going in circles. Once you realize the truth, you can leave any time, but by then you don't want to." The case officially remains open, classified as suspicious deaths under investigation. The Victorian has since been condemned, access restricted by authorities, yet rumors persist of lights seen inside during certain nights and of visitors who enter but are never seen leaving. Some locals insist the house claims those who understand its secrets too well. Others believe Morgan and Reeves discovered something powerful and ancient, something that exists in the spaces between conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the beginning. Story 22. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. A single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested. But Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well-worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades. Story 23. The coffee shop had been his routine for years, same table, same order, same silence. The barista knew his face, but no one knew his name. One day he didn't show up. When the police checked his usual seat, they found a wallet left behind. Inside was a driver's license with a photo, but no name, no address, just a blank space where his identity should have been. When they pulled security footage, they saw something impossible. He had walked in, he had sat down, but he had never left. Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her fingertips against the cold metal table as she reviewed the security footage again. The stranger, now referred to as John Doe in the case files, appeared normal on camera. Average height, unremarkable features, wearing a navy coat and carrying a worn leather messenger bag. Nothing about him stood out, which made his disappearance all the more unsettling. "Play it again," she instructed the tech specialist. The footage showed John entering the coffee shop during the morning rush. He ordered his usual black coffee, no sugar, and made his way to the corner table partially hidden by a decorative plant. He sat down, opened his bag, removed a notebook, and began writing. Occasionally he would sip his coffee and look out the window. Then came the crucial moment. He placed his wallet on the table, stood up, and walked toward the restroom hallway. But he never returned to his table. He never exited through any door. He simply vanished. "And check the bathroom footage," Mercer said. "That's the thing," replied the specialist. "He never entered any bathroom. We've checked every camera angle. It's like he dissolved into thin air." Back at the station, Mercer spread the contents of the wallet across her desk. The driver's license photo matched their mystery man, but where personal information should have been, there were only blank spaces. The credit cards bore no names, just 16-digit numbers that, when run through the system, connected to no existing accounts. cash in various denominations, neatly organized, a receipt from the coffee shop dated 3 days prior, and a single business card blank on both sides, except for a phone number printed in faint gray ink. When Mercer dialed the number, the line connected, but no one spoke. She could hear what sounded like paper rustling, perhaps pages turning. After 30 seconds, the call disconnected. The barista who had served John for years couldn't provide much information. He never talked much, always polite though, tipped well. I think he might have had an accent, but he spoke so softly it was hard to tell. "Did he ever meet anyone here, have conversations?" Mercer asked. "Never, always alone, always writing in that notebook." The notebook remained on the table alongside the abandoned wallet. Its pages contained line after line of what appeared to be code or ciphered text. Cryptographers from the department struggled to make sense of it. Some pages contained sketches, architectural drawings of buildings that matched no known structures in the area. Mercer assigned officers to canvass the neighborhood with photos of John Doe. No one recognized him. No missing persons reports matched his description. His fingerprints weren't in any database. It was as if he existed solely within the confines of that coffee shop. During her investigation, Mercer noticed something odd about the security footage. Each morning when John entered the shop, the time stamp on the camera would flicker momentarily. The tech specialist dismissed it as a system glitch, but Mercer wasn't convinced. She returned to the coffee shop and sat at his table. From this vantage point, she could see both the entrance and the hallway leading to the restrooms. Between them hung an antique mirror, its frame ornately carved with symbols similar to those in John's notebook. When the shop owner arrived, Mercer questioned him about the mirror. "That thing been here longer than I have, came with the building. Heavy as sin, takes 2 men to move it." "Has it ever been moved for cleaning or redecorating?" "Not in my time, why?" Mercer approached the mirror, studying her reflection. The glass had a slight distortion to it, making the reflection seem deeper than it should be. She placed her hand on its surface, expecting cool glass, but instead felt an unusual warmth. The forensics team arrived to examine the mirror. When they removed it from the wall, they discovered a small hollow space behind it. Inside was a stack of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license with the same photo but blank information fields. Beside them sat a leather-bound journal filled with entries dating back decades, all written in the same hand as the notebook left on the table. The final entry read, "The experiment must end. They're getting closer. The window is closing." Investigators found fingerprints throughout the hidden space, all matching John Doe. Carbon dating of the earliest wallet suggested it was approximately 50 years old, yet the photo showed the same unaged face. The journal entries described what appeared to be experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. References to crossing back and window points were scattered throughout. One paragraph stood out to Mercer. "The coffee shop serves as an anchor point, a place where realities intersect. The mirror acts as the gateway. When alignment occurs, passage becomes possible." As the investigation deepened, strange incidents began occurring around the coffee shop. Customers reported seeing their reflections move independently in the window glass. Several claimed to have spotted John Doe sitting at his usual table, though security cameras showed no one there. The break in the case came when an elderly woman contacted the police station asking about the investigation. She introduced herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist who had worked on classified government projects. She recognized John Doe from the news reports. His name was Daniel Weston, she explained. He was a brilliant theoretical physicist who disappeared while working on an experimental project involving quantum mirror surfaces that could potentially allow matter to pass between parallel realities. Keller provided documents showing Weston had been presumed dead after a laboratory accident. The date of his disappearance matched the earliest entry in the journal found behind the mirror. He believed our reality was just one of many existing simultaneously, Keller continued. He theorized that certain locations served as weak points between these realities, places where someone could potentially cross over. Mercer returned to the coffee shop with this new information. The building, she discovered, stood on land that had once housed the very research facility where Weston had worked. The coffee shop had been built directly over the laboratory where he disappeared. The case reached its climax when Mercer, reviewing security footage alone late one night, noticed something on the recordings that previous viewings had missed. In the background, reflected in the mirror, John Doe Daniel Weston could be seen watching himself sitting at the table. Two versions of the same man existing simultaneously. When Mercer rushed to the coffee shop to re-examine the mirror, she found it shattered on the floor. Amidst the broken glass lay a final note written in the familiar handwriting: "The experiment is complete. The window is closed. Do not attempt to follow." The case of the man who didn't exist remains officially unsolved. The coffee shop closed shortly after the investigation, the building eventually demolished. Daniel Weston's body was never found. His notebooks and journals disappeared from the evidence room under mysterious circumstances. Detective Mercer resigned from the force soon after. Neighbors occasionally spot her sitting on her porch, writing frantically in a notebook identical to Weston's. On her wall hangs a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface sometimes appearing to ripple when no one is watching. Story 24. The costume shop was closing down, selling off old inventory. A woman picked up a mask from a dusty shelf, its features delicate but unsettlingly lifelike. The cashier hesitated when she placed it on the counter. "That's not ours," he muttered. Confused, she checked the tag. There wasn't one. Shrugging, she took it home. That night she woke up to a soft sound, a whisper of fabric shifting. The mask was no longer on the dresser where she had left it. It was sitting on her nightstand, facing her. The woman, Catherine Reed, was found by her neighbor. The front door stood ajar, morning light spilling across the threshold into the otherwise dark home. The neighbor had come to return a borrowed book, but instead discovered a scene that would haunt investigators for years. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived as forensics photographed the scene. The shutters clicked rhythmically against the backdrop of hushed voices. No signs of forced entry, an officer noted, writing in his notepad. The detective nodded, gaze traveling across the room, taking in details others might miss. A single drawer partially open, a water glass on the nightstand, lipstick on the rim. Everything seemed ordinary except for the woman who would never wake again. The medical examiner bent over the body, face grave. Cause of death unclear at first inspection. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle. He pointed to her face. Noticed the expression terror frozen in her features. The detective crouched for a closer look. "Something scared her to death," she whispered. Catherine had lived a quiet life as an art appraiser. Colleagues described her as meticulous, passionate about authenticity. She could spot a forgery from across the room, her boss said during questioning. She had an eye for details that weren't right. The detective wondered if that talent had somehow led to her demise. Security footage from the costume shop revealed something odd. The cashier seemed genuinely confused by the mask. He called the owner over, who shook his head firmly. The audio was poor, but lip-reading experts later confirmed his words. "We never carried anything like this." The detective visited the shop, now emptied of merchandise. The owner wrung his hands nervously. "That mask appeared during our clearance sale. Nobody knows where it came from. It wasn't in our inventory." When pressed further, he admitted, "Things like this happened occasionally after we acquired items from the estate sale of a collector who died under strange circumstances." A breakthrough came when forensics discovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She was clutching at something, the lab technician explained. "These fibers are unusual, not modern synthetic material. They appear to be a mix of human hair and an unidentified organic substance we can't match to any database." The investigation led to records of similar deaths spanning back decades. Each victim had acquired an unusual mask shortly before their death. Each was found with an expression of pure terror. Each case remained unsolved. A retired detective who had worked on one such case agreed to meet. They sat in a dimly lit room, his hands trembling slightly as he pushed a yellowed file across the table. "We found something written inside each mask, behind the interior lining," he said. "Ancient symbols. A scholar we consulted believed they were tied to a ritual involving soul transference." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A journal was discovered hidden in Catherine's apartment behind a loose baseboard. Her final entry described feeling watched, sensing a presence in her home. She wrote about researching the mask's origins after the cashier's strange reaction. Her investigation had led her to connect it with a series of mysterious deaths. "The mask moves," she had written in increasingly frantic handwriting. "It watches me when I sleep. I found markings inside its symbols matching those from unsolved cases. The collector who owned these masks died the same way. Each mask claims a life before moving on. The entity needs a new host when the mask finds its way to someone who recognizes what it truly is." The detective assembled the evidence, the strange fibers, Catherine's research, the pattern of similar deaths. The medical examiner finally determined the cause of death, cardiac arrest brought on by extreme fear. What could terrify someone so thoroughly their heart simply stopped? The case took an even more disturbing turn when surveillance footage from a neighboring house captured something the investigators had missed. A figure leaving Catherine's home in the dark, wearing what appeared to be a mask, moving with Catherine's distinctive gait, but somehow wrong, mechanical, as if someone were wearing her movements like an ill-fitting costume. The detective issued an alert for the missing mask, but it never resurfaced, not until 6 months later, when reports came of a peculiar mask appearing in a vintage shop across the country. By the time investigators arrived, it had already been sold. The buyer's name was not recorded. The case remains officially unsolved. The detective keeps Catherine's journal in her desk drawer, a reminder of a truth too strange for official reports. Sometimes at night, she wakes with a start, feeling watched. She checks her windows and doors, secures the locks, and tries not to think about the mask that might one day find its way to someone else who can see what it truly is, a vessel waiting to be filled, moving from victim to victim in an endless cycle that began centuries ago and continues still. The mask is out there waiting to be found again. And when it is, another person will wake to the soft sound of movement in the dark, to find it has crept closer while they slept, empty eye holes fixed upon them, hungry for what lives behind their eyes. Story 25. She wanted to repaint the nursery before the baby arrived. The walls were a faded blue, the kind that held years of stories beneath its layers. As she rolled on the first coat, the white paint revealed something beneath letters, barely visible at first, then sharper, clearer. A message scrawled beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath caught. She stepped back, and that's when she saw it, tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high on the wall for any child to have made. The discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the beginning of what investigators would later call the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the Victorian-style home just months before for what seemed like an impossibly low price. The real estate agent had mentioned minor cosmetic issues, but nothing about the property's dark history. Detective Sarah Klein pressed the doorbell, notebook in hand. A woman answered, her pregnant belly prominent beneath her paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles rimmed her eyes. She hadn't slept in days. The detective noted the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message and the handprints. The previous owners moved away suddenly, the woman explained. The neighbors said they left in the middle of the night. No moving truck, just packed essentials in their car. The detective walked through the historic home, footsteps creaking against aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she examined the partially painted wall. The message was still visible where the new paint had been hastily abandoned. Next to it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, positioned at adult shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein pulled records on the property. The house had changed hands 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover. Each family had stayed less than 2 years. More disturbing were the child welfare reports filed for 3 of those families. Children reporting whispers from the walls and someone watching them sleep. The detective dug deeper, requesting construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Alina Blackwood, a wealthy widow with no children of her own who had operated a small orphanage from the property during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 children who had disappeared from her care. Authorities at the time suspected they had run away, common for orphans of that period. When Alina died, workers renovating the house discovered a sealed room behind the nursery wall. Inside they found children's possessions, small shoes, toys, and clothing, but no remains. The case went cold, filed away in dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, piecing together a disturbing pattern. Each family with children reported unusual occurrences, toys rearranged during the night, childish laughter echoing through empty hallways, and crayon drawings appearing on walls. Most dismissed these events as imagination until the writing appeared. The message varied slightly between accounts. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Always the same handwriting, always revealed when repainting the nursery. A forensic linguist analyzed photographs of the writing and determined it matched samples from Alina Blackwood's journals. More disturbing were the handprints, identical in size and placement across decades, despite different children living in the home. The investigation took a darker turn when the detective convinced the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician pointed to anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each approximately child-sized. Workers broke through the concrete, revealing a gruesome confirmation. 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had died during Aliner's ownership of the house. Each child still wore a small pendant with their name engraved, the 5 orphans who had supposedly run away. The detective ordered luminol sprayed throughout the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Hundreds of them at varying heights, as if the children had been trying to climb out. Aliner's journals, recovered from county archives, revealed her twisted logic. She believed orphaned children possessed special spiritual energy. By sealing them in the hidden room, she thought she could harness their life force to extend her own years. The children had scratched their warnings into the wall with fingernails and bits of metal, hoping future residents would discover their fate. The case closed with the proper burial of the 5 victims. Their names were finally recorded not as runaways, but as murder victims. The house stood empty afterward, the pregnant couple refusing to return even to collect their belongings. Detective Klein filed her final report, including photographs of the handprints illuminated by luminol and the message under the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, something unexplainable remained in that house, something that continued to reach out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were demolished during remediation, but workers reported hearing children's voices whispering from within the debris. Each refused to return after their shift ended. The house was eventually condemned, another cold case file in a dusty cabinet, physical evidence of closure, but spiritual questions that would never be answered. The detective kept one photograph from the case, 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a haunting reminder that some crimes leave impressions that no amount of fresh paint can cover.
Story 26.
It was a pocket dial, just static and muffled sounds. The operator almost ignored it until a voice cut through. A woman whispering frantically, "He's here." He then silence. The number led to an empty house, abandoned for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances. But in the dust-covered kitchen, the phone sat on the counter, screen glowing. The call had been made just minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed pressed the playback button for the 5th time. The whisper haunted her, desperate, terrified, and impossible. The abandoned property had belonged to the Sullivan family before they relocated following a house fire that consumed most of the West Wing. Nobody had lived there since. The caretaker visited monthly and swore nobody had entered in years. "Background check on the number," Morgan asked her partner, Detective Walsh. "Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter. She died 3 years ago in a car accident." Morgan stared at the evidence bag containing the phone. The case made no sense. A dead woman's phone making calls from an abandoned house. The dust on the counter had been disturbed only where the phone sat, as if it had materialized there. The forensic team found nothing useful. No fingerprints on the device except partial smudges that couldn't be identified. No footprints leading to or from the house. The doors remained locked, windows sealed. The recording became the centerpiece of their investigation, those 11 seconds of static, breathing, and 5 desperate words. Voice analysis confirmed it matched Catherine Sullivan's voice from old videos with 98% certainty. The timestamp showed the call occurred at the exact time Catherine had died 3 years prior, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh interviewed everyone who knew Catherine. Her father, now remarried, seemed genuinely baffled. Her mother, living alone in a small apartment, broke down upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she whispered. "She sounds so scared." Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her death, Mark Jennings, had an alibi for the night of the call. He was working a night shift at the hospital, verified by multiple witnesses and security footage. Besides, the house had been empty. The call couldn't have happened, yet it did. The investigation stalled until Morgan received a call from Catherine's mother. "I found something in her old things," she said, voice trembling. "Katie kept a journal, the last entry. You need to see this." The journal contained meticulous entries about Catherine's relationship with Mark. The loving beginning, followed by controlling behavior, isolation, and eventually fear. The final entry read, "He found out I'm leaving. He's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident." Morgan confronted Mark again. His confident demeanor cracked under questioning about the journal. "You think I hurt Katie because of what she wrote? That's not evidence." "The accident report stated you were first on the scene," Morgan noted, "before emergency services. I was worried when she didn't arrive. I went looking for her. Her car went off a remote road. How did you know where to look?" His face paled. "I told you I was worried." Investigators revisited the accident scene. The car had been removed years ago, but Morgan ordered ground-penetrating radar of the area. They discovered something buried 20 feet from the crash site, Catherine's actual phone. The device they'd found in the house was her backup, kept at her parents' home. Forensic analysis of the buried phone revealed deleted texts between Catherine and her sister the night she died. "Mark found out I'm leaving him. He's following me in his car. And later, he's forcing me off the road." The medical examiner re-examined photographs from Catherine's autopsy. The injuries weren't consistent with the crash alone. There were defensive wounds on her hands, bruising patterns suggesting strangulation. When police arrived to arrest Mark, they found him gone. His apartment contained a shrine to Catherine photographs, belongings he'd stolen from her family, and newspaper clippings about her death. Among his possessions, they discovered an audio manipulation software and scripts showing how he'd created the ghost call by splicing Catherine's voice from old recordings. The call had been his twisted way of revisiting his crime, a game to confuse investigators and Catherine's still grieving family. The investigation expanded to other cases where Mark had worked as an emergency responder. 2 more suspicious deaths of young women emerged, both ruled accidents. Both had been in relationships with Mark. 6 days into the manhunt, officers spotted Mark's vehicle parked outside the Sullivan house. Inside, they found him sitting in the kitchen, staring at a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance during arrest. "She wouldn't stay quiet," he told Morgan during interrogation. "Even after I silenced her, she kept talking, kept accusing me. I needed everyone to hear her, to think she was still somewhere out there. A ghost can't testify against me." The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before finding Mark guilty of first-degree murder. As the verdict was read, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest. Justice had finally arrived, not through supernatural means, but through the voice Catherine had left behind in her words, her fears documented in ink, her final desperate attempts to reach safety. The phone from the abandoned house now sits in the evidence locker. Sometimes officers swear they hear it ring, though its battery was removed long ago. Catherine's story lives on, not as a ghost tale, but as a reminder that victims find ways to speak, even when their voices have been silenced. Story 27. The Polaroid was decades old, a snapshot of a birthday long forgotten, smiling faces, candles flickering, nothing unusual. But when the daughter inherited the box of old photos, she saw it, a shape in the background behind the group, a man half hidden in shadow standing just outside the glow of the candles. He wasn't part of the family. No one remembered him being there, yet in every photo he was closer. Sarah Winters found the collection while cleaning out her mother's attic after the funeral. A cardboard box labeled simply "Memories" contained dozens of faded photographs chronicling family gatherings from her childhood. The discovery should have been comforting, a treasure trove of happier moments. Instead, it became the starting point of a nightmare. In the first photo, he was barely perceptible, a silhouette at the edge of the frame during her 7th birthday party. The dark figure stood near the sliding glass door, face obscured, watching. In the second photo, taken minutes later, he had moved inside. By the third, he stood behind her uncle. No one in the photos seemed aware of his presence. Sarah called her father, voice trembling as she described the discovery. "Dad, who is this man in the background of all these pictures?" Silence greeted her question, then a sharp intake of breath. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone but family." She took digital photos of the Polaroids and sent them to her father. He called back immediately, his voice uncharacteristically shaken. "That's not possible. We would have noticed a stranger." Detective Marcus Reed listened patiently as Sarah spread the photographs across his desk at the precinct. Rain tapped against the windows, casting shifting shadows across the evidence. The detective's weathered hands moved methodically from one photo to the next, eyes narrowing. "And no one recognized this individual?" he asked, voice neutral but interested. "No one," Sarah confirmed, "but look at the progression." She arranged the photos in sequence. The detective leaned forward, the metal chair creaking beneath his weight. What had initially seemed like paranoia suddenly took shape before his eyes. The figure moved deliberately through the party, photo by photo, inching closer to the children. In the final image, he stood directly behind Sarah's childhood self, one pale hand reaching toward her shoulder, just beyond the frame. "The photographer," Reed suggested, but his tone betrayed doubt. "My mother took all these." She set the timer and ran into the frame. The detective made copies and opened a case file. Within days, he had contacted everyone still alive who had attended the party. No one remembered the man. No servers had been hired. No neighbors had visited. The property had been remote, a countryside rental specifically chosen for privacy. Facial recognition software proved useless. The figure remained strategically obscured in each shot, as if aware of the camera's eye. Yet something about his posture seemed practiced, deliberate. The investigation might have stalled there had Sarah not discovered more photos in other family albums. Different gatherings, different years, same figure, always in the background, always unnoticed in the moment. A computer specialist enhanced the images, cleaning decades of degradation. Under harsh digital light, details emerged, a scar across the wrist, a distinctive ring, a partial reflection in a window showing facial features previously hidden in shadow. The breakthrough came from dental records. The teeth visible in one enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had disappeared after being questioned in connection with 3 child abductions across the region. Cases that had gone cold decades ago, cases that had occurred within weeks of the gatherings documented in the photos. Records showed Keller had worked for the company that cleaned the vacation property where Sarah's birthday was held. He had master keys to several rental properties throughout the area, properties where other families had gathered, properties where children had later vanished. When authorities searched the foundations of Keller's former residence, they discovered small items buried beneath the concrete. A hair clip matching the description of one worn by a missing girl, a toy car belonging to a boy who disappeared after a family reunion, a bracelet that Sarah recognized as her own one she thought had been lost during her childhood. Sarah sat alone in her apartment, surrounded by the photos that had unraveled decades of carefully concealed horrors. The detective had called earlier with news that they had identified remains found near one of the vacation properties. DNA confirmed it was one of the missing children. She stared at the final birthday photo. The candles cast a warm glow on the faces of her family, frozen in celebration. Behind her younger self, partially concealed by shadow but unmistakably present, the figure watched, patient, calculating, invisible to everyone in that moment of joy. The revelation had connected unsolved cases across decades. Families finally had answers, though not the ones they had prayed for. The shadow in the family photos had stepped into the light of justice, his presence finally acknowledged after years of hiding in plain sight. Sarah gathered the photos and placed them back in the box. They were evidence now. Proof that sometimes the most dangerous threats are those captured on film, but unseen by the eye-hidden figures who move through celebrations undetected, leaving only the faintest trace of their passage through frozen moments of time.